God damn it. Well, I'm out of beef jerky. So I guess it's time I get started with streaming, eh? Hey, y'all. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Good start for me. Howdy, Thomas. How you doing? Got just three major things I'm planning on talking about this stream. Going to be talking about Henya. Finally got your Azure Lane account back. Nice. I don't know what that is, but nice. It always feels good to get your accounts back. But I plan to be talking about Henya, Poképhilia, and interviewing LenAirhead. Hey, hey, y'all. Oh, it's not showing chat. Chat, you need to be visible. Meowdy, meowdy. Gotcha games with waifu, to put it simply. Oh, hog. I'm not the biggest fan of gotcha games, but you know, that's how they do. If you're enjoying it, you enjoy it. So should I just jump right into talking about Henya? Or should we chat a little more? My phone's not muted, is it? No. You don't follow VTubing? Who is it? Henya is the latest member to join VShojo. Let's get right into it. Yeah, I kind of feel like doing that too. Ah. For those that aren't aware, especially on Twitch, I do record video segments on YouTube or for YouTube. So if you like listening along, you'll probably like the videos I put out on YouTube. Just saying. Same handle, by the way. Recently on May 13th, a new member has joined the VShojo family. Their name is Henya. I actually watched part of their debut, and she was certainly very fun to watch. Yes, there are rumors going around that she is the same as a previous VTuber. But here's the thing, a lot of VTuber commentators have also been commenting on this, some of them being quite explicit about naming Pikami. And the thing is, it is actually considered quite taboo in the VTuber fandom to, refer to VTubers' past lives, especially regarding their debut. But I mean, I really don't get the impression that Rev cares about the VTuber fandom. He just likes sharing his thoughts about VTubers. And I've got issues with this narrative because they don't really specify they, is it? They just say people who called Pikami transphobic for mentioning wanting to play Hogwarts Legacy, which I don't personally think is transphobic. It's a pretty dumb argument in my eyes. But let's see what Rev has to say. Let's turn up your audio just in case. Hey, Trexie. Fuck!
So the months of February and March feel like a fever dream to many because they can't comprehend the levels of harassment that streamers, in particular VTubers, faced for simply wanting to play Hogwarts Legacy. And one of the people that faced this harassment campaign was Pikami, who unfortunately graduated at the beginning of March. Now, for many, they thought that was the last time they were going to see Pikami in action, but ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we got the good ending, because late last night, the VTuber...
The good ending? Bro. Pikami's... I'm sorry. Henya is on the fucking content grind, yo. She was negotiating contracts and didn't like what was it, BMOS offered her? She likes what VShojo offered. So that's why we have Henya, okay? Okay. Oh, you're in one of his videos too? Hey! I put out a video about it. Like, I put out a video about my, thing about it. Yeah, I don't think Rev is actually that dumb to make that jump. I think he's got biases that he's not really entirely open about.
Henya made her debut stream for VShojo. Now, this has been in motion for a couple of days, and many people predicted the very real possibility that Henya would be played by the...
Wait. That tweet that you had made regarding Silvervale Part 3 was in a Rev video and a Hero Hey video? Wow. Can you link me those? I want to check those out in the future.
Same person responsible for Pikami. And well, it turns out that they were right, because without a shadow of a doubt, it is Pikami. I mean, you'll never get an official confirmation from VShojo or Henya on this situation, but pretty much within the first seconds of her speaking on her stream, it became abundantly clear that this is Pikami. And here's just a quick clip of her thanking everyone for coming to the stream. It's very obvious that it's Pikami.
Hello, Henya! Thank you so much for coming to my debut stream today. どうも今日は初配信に来てくれてありがとうございました。
Yeah, I mean, if the voice wasn't obvious enough, I mean, just so happened to hire a VTuber who's fluent in English and Japanese, who comes after about 2 months after Pikami's graduation.
Yeah, It's almost like she didn't like the one agency and moved on to another. And you're just kind of highlighting the trans hate that gets sent to everybody. Wait, you were in this video? I don't think I watched this one. But I covered Silvervale and
for cis woman tears.
oh yeah, I remember John's tweet there. Oh, you actually personally know John? I know people that know him. Don't know why I did that timestamp. Ad might have actually been because I already been watching. Oh wait, no, that isn't like an actual timestamp, isn't it? Weird. Maybe it just auto-clicked it. But yeah, this guy loves, Rev here loves talking about, well, Twitter freaks. And he says that, issues that cause post-release status. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Grendel. And I forgot what I was saying about Rev. But all I know is dude's got biases he's pushing.
It is definitely Pikami. There is no...
Oh yeah, there were definitely people that were calling her transphobic in her streams before she graduated. But I'm just saying, her graduation isn't a part of that... isn't directly related to, what's it? Wasn't directly related to the harassment she got. My opinion of Pikami is that she noticed the harassment, but she's an adult and on the content grind, and in order to maximize her public image, she can't really engage with that shit, especially under contract. People wanted an excuse? Yeah, pretty much. Trans people, is that the people who harassed her weren't even trans people? They were just conservatives from 4chan creating black propaganda. Yeah, no, literally. I was sent screenshots of like 2-3 different people giving or saying that Pikami was transphobic in her chat. I looked up one of the accounts, or I looked up the accounts because it was all on YouTube, and one of the accounts was no longer around. The other account only had one video of a dead bird. Yeah, that's really somebody that advocates for progressive rights. It's a fucking 4chan op. But screenshots can be doctored. Yeah. Yeah. They don't care about actually addressing the nuance of the situation. They're just
out there.
They're
and
just
of course, thousands and thousands of people are extremely excited about this opportunity to see Pikami streaming under a new VTuber model.
Bro, just please refer to her as Henya. That's who she is. Even if the same person portrayed Pikami and Henya, again, it is quite disrespectful to VTuber fandoms to actually keep referring to the past life of a current VTuber. It's disrespectful.
But of course, you've read the title. The Twitter freaks are
Oh.
extremely angry over this set of developments. So
No, that was the
official
first time I
post
watched
from
that video on stream.
VShojo is the one that got the most hates. You can see the number of quote retweets. There are the usual suspects, the Twitter freaks, who were the same people harassing and threatening Pikami only months ago, have returned to do the same, this time directing towards her latest project.
Okay, you know what? You like to highlight the harassment. Let's see what actually was harassment, or because like if people are just being outright cunts, I'm gonna condemn them with you. But if it's like a vague post mentioning trans people, that just makes you look phobic, Rev. Like seriously. I mean, it's annoying as hell when thousands of people just said Henny is pick me. Like, for fuck's sake, stop. Let people have their new name, model, and go with that. Right?
Under Henya, and it is quite
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying either, Trexie.
the ride, and the narrative hasn't changed, right? They're still unsure of themselves because when you rewrite narratives so many times, they kind of don't know where they sit. So a lot of these quote retweets are
Like the stuff I've seen from you regarding your stances, and then the other stuff I've seen from you regarding your stances. People change, people can flip-flop. It's not the greatest thing, but shut the fuck up.
they're saying that she was never harassed. And then there's some quote
It's
retweets
legit the
saying,
same
well,
like
she was
people
harassed.
transitioning. Actually, yeah, no, that's a very good point. Because like VTubers are representations of the person, whether or not it's a corporate VTuber or a indie VTuber, it's still regarding or referring to the person as who they used to be, who they no longer wish to present as or identify as. It's like, can you really not see how that's disrespectful when somebody is like, hey, this is who I am, and then you're like, Pikami is back. Like, shut the fuck up, please. Just simple fact that people change themselves and how they want to represent themselves. Yeah, that's true.
But that wasn't the reason she graduated. And then other people saying that nothing happened. This was all just a money grab.
That nothing happened and that it was a money grab? Is that you strawmanning the she was on the content grind argument? I know you like to strawman you like to strawman arguments you can't contend with because that's what you did with mine.
A new opportunity that the harassment was just education. None of this stuff mattered. Well, you're going to see a lot of coping and jealousy from these Twitter freaks. And before we get into it, I mean, here's just a snapshot of some.
Yeah, she's not transphobic, so don't call her that. Oh, with regards to the wizard game, and then it's a still image. What? Is that hidden because... Oh, I got harassed for playing the wizard game. Shut up, shut up. Shut up, suck it up. I mean, I'm gonna be real. It doesn't matter what you're actually... It's the same picture they keep bringing up. That's what conservatives like to do. It's fucking like Big Red. Why they keep using Big Red in their thumbnails. Because they find one thing and then they stick to it. But I don't even know if I actually went over the Pikami stuff. Yeah, that's a shit take, personally. Well, not necessarily shit. It's a hyperbolic take. It's not exactly wrong. I mean, Henya really is Pikami. She's gone for a good while because she wanted to leave, get herself better, and like people pushed. What? She was gone. I mean, if Hen really is Pikami, she was gone for like a couple months. It's a thing. And like, they're using any excuse they really can to... Wait, you fucking mook? This is the exact same tweet. And you just virtue signaling, hiding the name of don't harass these people because we're better than them. And then it's... Dude. Like, yeah, a lot of people... Pikami didn't rebrand. Pikami graduated. So it's actually disrespectful to talk about Pikami because we're talking about Henya, a different VTuber. Wink, wink. Like, I watched Kyo's video on Pikami. Or not Pikami. Fuck, even I'm doing it. Because these fuckers are infectious with their bullshit. How many times are you going to bring up Maxie in your screenshots, by the way? Like, but yeah, Henya is a new VTuber with VShojo. And people are all like, well, she sounds exactly the same as Pikami, so basically confirmed. Yeah, I kind of get that vibe too, Rudy. It's like, do you really care about talking about Pikami or talking about Henya? Or do you care about making trans people look bad because you disagree with opinions? Or is there something underlying that Rev doesn't want to talk about?
Some of the harassment that Pikami has faced. Feel free to use this screenshot if you want.
Wait, leaving it... Who were they? There were two people from VMOS that actually confirmed that Pikami had planned to graduate before this stuff. Is Rev going to mention that part? Yeah, there is that conflation of playing the game with J.K. Rowling's views, which is personally a dumb take.
If people are going to dispute that she was harassed. I mean, this is only like 10% of the screenshots I have from all throughout my videos, but I just want to fit something decent onto the screen here.
I'd also like to point out that you've hidden a lot of the like counts, and this harassment campaign gets a lot of small like counts. This one's pretty bad, but like, come on, man. Your videos get hundreds of thousands of views, tens of thousands of likes. Who's got the harassment campaign? Really? Rev, come on.
But yeah, let's begin with the first quote retweet here. I like this one because it's pretty telling of all the other kinds of stuff we're going to see. So this person said, "Those losers who spent ages harassing trans people for mildly criticizing Pikachu into retirement over the wizard game, only for it to turn out she was literally just getting a better job." So yeah, again, the narrative of it's mild criticism when she was getting death threats and called transphobic and harassed by thousands. It was just mild criticism.
Getting called transphobic is mild criticism. It's like calling me a Karen. Like, what? Yeah, what death threats? You're showing all the harassment of the trans or by the Twitter freaks, and you're saying there's death threats. I didn't see death threats. Come on.
Criticism for playing a game, which, by the way,
but she did receive harassment over it. I'm not going to deny that.
Nothing wrong with playing Hogwarts Legacy. Nobody playing Hogwarts Legacy is automatically a transphobe. We've been over that a million times. But the idea also of these people being losers for not liking someone being harassed into potential graduation is pretty crazy. But again,
Rev, even you yourself have admitted that it was already announced before she started getting harassed that she was going to graduate. I honestly don't think the harassment had anything to do with it speeding up a graduation. I think Pikami is more of an I think Henya is more of an adult than you because Henya doesn't need to, fester in this harassment that you profit off of.
Again, they don't really understand what their narrative is here. I mean, this person's saying that it's really the trans people who are being harassed and that she only got mild criticism. Well, we'll see that being disputed.
Okay, hey Rev, have you ever really looked into the kind of responses that mild takes get over mentioning Hogwarts Legacy? Trans people had their info posted on Soy Jack Party. Yeah, I know. And I still gotta make that video. I talked with Senven a while back, but I haven't had contact with her in a while. She's kind of gone dark, but I need to put out that video. Like, holy fuck. Did Pikami get swatted multiple times? And a friendly reminder, we don't refer to people's past lives. Just saying.
And also this whole
Len, please.
just getting a better job is a narrative we're going to see a lot. I have a couple.
A narrative? Rev, she's a corpo VTuber. She's focusing on the job.
Quote retweets towards the end of the video, but we'll look at those soon. But here's another one saying, "Pikachu has returned and you Pikachu fans turning into huge transphobes and sending death threats to me for saying trans right literally meant nothing to you in the end. So a fresh reminder, trans are human rights." So this to me is funny because Twitter freaks can't understand that two things can't exist at once. So on the one hand, trans rights, okay, that's good. Trans rights, support that.
Holy shit, he actually said that.
But also you can at the same time support people not getting harassed over a video game.
Like the trans people.
This doesn't exist in a vacuum. You can believe in both of those things at the same time.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And you can also present one side of the narrative to really show who's being the aggressor. When in reality, it did go both ways, and it got a lot worse for one side. But you don't really want to properly discuss what the nuance of the situation. You don't even think there is nuance, do you?
Like, again, this might shock the people who are upset with me over these videos. I don't support transphobia, and I don't support people resorting to transphobia and blaming trans people specifically for everything that happened.
And yet, you simply put out the memes of remember what they took from you. That broadly condemns the trans community because people don't think Twitter freaks as specific bad individuals of a community. Instead, what that actually does is condemn the entire community. Oh, Rev even got you too, Rudy? Yeah, he didn't lock out my name either. He doesn't actually give a shit.
Like,
it's a fucking virtue signal.
It's the Twitter freaks. It's people who harass others over video games that are to blame for the fact that she was harassed over playing Hogwarts Legacy. And you can still believe trans rights while saying it's wrong to harass people over video games. Like, I don't understand the point of this. Like, every time we saw this with the harassment campaign in February, March, people respond to those being exposed as bullying people over the game, and they just start screeching trans rights. And it's like, okay, trans rights. Now what? Is it?
Yeah, honestly, people are really mad at Silvervale for the unintentional connection of Twitter freaks. And the trans rights, that was fucking co-opted by bad actors to just condemn trans people without actually talking about the feel a sense of bias and distaste against Rev from you. I'm gonna be honest, I have one. I don't like the narratives and prescriptions he puts out. I am quite biased against Rev.
Is it okay that they're bullying people? It doesn't change anything. So moving on, here's a familiar face from the previous harassment campaign. This VTuber saying, so like, it's confirmed she's Pekami. This means, as usual,
It's the old times when Rev was posting anime and VTuber memes besides his drama videos. Like the video where Pekami played GTA 5 and refused to save. That would be kind of funny to watch, actually. But, like, all I've been seeing out of Rev is narrativization of drama.
the transphobes are wrong. It had nothing to do with Hogwarts Legacy. She was in discussions for a better contract, almost as if stuff happens behind the scenes people don't know about, and blaming one group is effing stupid. So there's a lot to unpack here, a lot of coping and deflecting. So
Yes, Rev also defends lollies quite much so. Yeah, I know. Can't Henya just have her goofy streams? He's a Fox News of VTube news and drama. I know, right?
again,
I wonder how long ago was his content more about the anime memes and less about the drama?
depending on who you claim are the transphobes in this situation, the people who were pointing out that she was being harassed over this game were not proven wrong just because she's come back under a new VTuber model. Like, it doesn't take away the fact that she was bullied and harassed. And this
No, but people are using that harassment that she received as an excuse to go even harder against trans people. Like, you mentioned death threats towards her, but can you please show them? Or at least leave a link in your description? No. Because of course not.
to say that it had absolutely nothing to do with Hogwarts Legacy
It's true.
is ridiculous. We all agree that she was contemplating graduating before she ever made any post about Hogwarts Legacy, but it's very clear based on the circumstances and the words of VOM's project, their use of sudden in a lot of their graduation announcements, that this whole harassment campaign, it sped up her graduation. It made things unfold quicker, telling me it did have an impact on her graduation. And at the end of the day, you know what? Even if it is true,
I'm guilty of this too, but can you please show?
let's say the harassment campaign had nothing to do with her graduation. So what are you left with? You harass someone over a video game? Is that better?
Was this person in a video harassing Pikami? Because your framing right there is saying they did. That's why people think you're transphobic, because you're outright denying the stuff that's actually going on. Or not exactly outright denying, but you're frankly strawmanning.
It just didn't impact her graduation. Still, she was harassed over a video game. That doesn't make it okay whether it had a small role, no role, or big role in her graduation. And this whole thing about having discussions for a better contract, how do you know that? How do you know when?
Do you think Henya is such a child that she wouldn't argue for better contracts for her fucking job? Give her some agency.
That took place? Did it take place 5 months ago? Did it take place 3 weeks ago? We don't know.
Literally. Yeah, are there people who harass Henya? Of course. Yeah, literally every content creator has to deal with it, no matter how friendly, no matter how nice, no matter how perfect your designs can possibly be. Popularity breeds contempt. That's just kind of a fact. But, like, I haven't actually gotten the impression that Henya has been really bothered by it. She's been more focused on, you know, doing her job of being an entertainer. Like everybody gets harassment. And yeah, Trexie, like, you've gotten some bad stuff sent towards you for pretty innocuous things for simply mentioning Hogwarts Legacy. Like, oh my god, they deleted the tweet like shortly after they made it, but I still saved a notification of somebody leaving a comment under a screenshot I had of a comment to one of my videos, basically saying they were glad that they found my channel during the Hogwarts Legacy stuff, and that Rev and Hero Hey are basically the Fox News of VTubers, and that I was CNN. So I had a laugh with that, and I posted a screenshot to Twitter, and then somebody replied with, getting pissy about, why are you so pissy about Hogwarts Legacy still? And then they reread the comment, and they were like, oh, that's not actually getting pissy about Hogwarts Legacy. It's just referencing that it was a discourse that happened.
No, but as you said, these things happen behind the scenes, and people don't know, and blaming one group. How do you get to go out here and say that it had nothing to do with Hogwarts Legacy? She was already in discussions for a better contract, while also saying we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You're just saying whatever fits your narrative, and it's pretty obvious. And
I mean, we all do that, even you, Rev.
Blaming one group is effing stupid. I'll agree that it's completely stupid to blame trans people for this whole situation, but I will blame one group, and that is Twitter freaks. I will blame them. People who harass people like Pikami for simply wanting to stream a game were wrong, and they are to blame for all of this. They're to blame for the harassment campaign. They're to blame for speeding up her graduation. But the jealousy among VTubers,
That, I'm gonna be honest, that was a very vague description. Like, can't. Can you just not, you broadly condemn people? Comparing someone to Fox or CNN isn't a punishment. I wish on my worst enemy. I had actually sent that screenshot to a friend of mine, and she was like, "Hey, you're MSNBC." Oh, I love good roasting. But still, I don't know. Like the Twitter freaks label is directly tied to trans people because it was coined over it was coined by Silvervale for being harassed for Hogwarts Legacy. I also feel like Rev isn't trying to explain things or help anyone in the situation. I kind of don't think they care about Henny either. Well, if he was making like meme videos about them before, he might actually legit be a fan. I'm not calling that into question, honestly. What I am calling into question and agreeing with you on is I don't think he's trying to explain things properly either, or really trying to address how to make the situation better. Like, so far, all I'm really seeing is him pointing out harassment and being harassment bad, Twitter freaks bad. Yeah, honestly, I think Rev just doesn't really give a fuck about it. It's just what generates the clicks, and can I blame him? No, I'm a drama channel too.
Would not end. So this user was saying not directed at Kyo while quote retweeting him, the YouTuber Kyo. This VTuber go on to say, "There's no effing way VShojo hired a lolicon. My bad night just got worse. Plus, that avatar looks like a mishmash ripoff of Miku Yokari and V4 Stardust plus Mayu plus V-Flower." And they go on to say,
Plus help, plus
"Sorry for
ratio.
bringing in comparisons, but I have zero respect for an artist who wasted an excellent design on an effing lolicon. I would have rather have anyone else except Sayu and that other pedo bigot over Pikami." So not only is she calling Pikami a bigot and a pedo, she's also calling Sayu, who is very familiar with Zion, who just was terminated by Niji Sanji. That's not a very good look, throwing around words like that with absolutely no proof and watering them down to the benefit of actual predators. But going on, the jealousy.
Wait, what happened with Zion? Was Zion a predator? What? But Rev said in a video when he said Twitter freaks, he meant people who are on Twitter and don't know how to think with common sense. That could honestly be fair. But regardless of Rev's stance of it, it's the people that watch his content and then just run with their own narratives as well. And I will give Rev credit. I think he's smart. His fans are not. They don't fully understand or any nuance that he has, because I will admit he has some nuance. But his fans don't get it. And like, where was I going with this? Right. And then his fans just know that Twitter freaks bad because they harass people in the name of trans rights. So that kind of just opens the gateways for that transphobia to flow, and it's seen as a passive acceptance if you don't do anything about it. Like, that's why a lot of people call Silvervale transphobic, because she made the Twitter freaks response, the emotional response, where she said Twitter freaks, and then people just kind of kept running with it. Yeah, I will say that content creators aren't completely responsible for their fans, but I mean, you can still show that you're working on your community, and if you see people denouncing others in that way, you can explicitly and performatively deject them from your community so that other people that share those views will be like, oh, I actually care that Silvervale likes, I actually care if Silvervale likes me, and if she's saying don't attack trans people, maybe I won't do that. Honestly, I haven't really looked into Silvervale too much recently, but from what I did know, from what I do know of, um, she wanted to play Hogwarts Legacy, and it started, or the drama started, because she prides herself on being a comfy streamer, and people in her chat were like, if you stream that game, I wouldn't be comfy in your community because that game supports transphobia, which I honestly think is a bad argument. But I don't want to get too much into that. We're only like 10 minutes into the video, and I'm supposed to be having a conversation in 10 minutes. Oh my god, I shouldn't have planned for a rev video when I have other things planned.
Is very obvious here, and this whole concept of them being angry about a lolicon joining VShojo is just...
Wait, what? Funniest thing that happened to me is when the whole thing, an adult account sent me a death threat. Funniest part was the adult account posted trans adult content. Really? Huh. Like, that is batshit logic.
Chef's kiss. It is hilarious. Some people are like,
Have I done a good job? Have I done a good job?
I think it's hilarious. I think it's the funniest thing ever that a massive lolicon is joining VShojo, an agency that has a large portion of their fan base that are antis, and in fact, one of their biggest talents was an anti who is now left the agency. So, like, originally I would be like, well, what did Redacted think about the fact that Henya just retweeted this lolicon? What would Redacted think? Well, we don't have to worry about what Redacted thinks because she's gone. And it's hilarious. It's like we've come a long way. We have a VShojo talent openly retweeting lolicon with a lolly model and coming from a former talent that was known for being one. And it's truly poetic. I think it's hilarious, and maybe this is a turn of things for VShojo as a whole. But
oh yeah, that's true.
Now they've been making these comparisons with Henya and Fruit, and they've been trying to pit these two against each other because Silvervale, many people believe that Silvervale was thrown under the bus by Fruit because she tried to make that trans charity and also said that everyone makes mistakes while referring to Silvervale being harassed over Hogwarts Legacy. Well, here...
Oh my god, there's a lot to go into that, but I'm gonna not.
Here they are, Fruit making not only artwork for her featuring her lolly model, but also...
True, Fruit doesn't deserve the hate.
Having this nice interaction here. Like, clearly things are very cordial and nice between them and welcoming. So, you know, anyone trying to put those people against each other are really just grasping for controversy at this point. But here's the same...
I'm just going to say that we don't actually know if Henya is a petite body type, and if she does have that petite body type, I can't really condemn her for wanting to have art of her own body type. I have an issue with the people that just flippantly spread that art that don't really know of Henya. They just see that body type, and that's where their train of thought ends. That's my problem with Lolicon. Not that there are lolly VTubers. Like, oh my god. But, you know, I'm an anti, so I get roped in with all them haters.
In person, this is unfortunate. Remember they were talking about ripoffs and ugly models and things like that?
This is the same person that had like 2 likes on the previous tweet. How is this a campaign? It could just be one person mad about a flat-chested petite model.
Here's their post adding the
Yeah, I know. She had Fruit had like a charity because someone she knew was trans. So she She did a charity stream during the Hogwarts Legacy discourse. And people took that as you're taking sides with the Twitter freaks.
Coats.
Because, you know, people associate Twitter freaks with all trans people. Oh my god. Who saw that one coming?
Onto the list. Here's their reference sheet.
So?
I got nothing.
What's the issue?
I got nothing to say. And this is for Rushia, by the way. I will say nothing. But moving on, more V.
So that's just a petty dig at somebody you don't like that had a couple likes on a tweet? Come on, aren't you supposed to be an adult, Rev? Seriously.
VTubers being angry about the situation. So this one saying, wait, Pikachu wasn't bullied into graduating by trans people, and transphobes simply wanted an easy community to blame? I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Well, again, if people use this as an excuse for transphobia, they're wrong. But here's the thing, talking about an easy community to blame, Twitter freaks went after anyone who was streaming this game, and they picked their targets, basically trying to go after the people they get the most clout from, people like Silvervale and Pikachu. And they use them as a scapegoat to justify their bullying and harassing because they believe that they were doing the right thing, that they were educating and making valid criticisms. But at the end of the day, it amounted to dogpiling, harassment, threats, and even doxing in some cases. So again, we're deflecting.
What? Doxing. I thought wasn't like Silvervale or Pikachu doxed? I never actually saw any dox information. Like, not even censor. Like, I don't want to see the actual information. I don't care. Like, Pikachu actually was doxed? Huh. That's not fucking cool. You don't dox people.
Blame, but this whole concept of being shocked, I guess, isn't anything new. So this person saying, damn, that's crazy. So you're telling me all these Pikachu fans became Nazis for nothing? Color me shocked. How much this word has been watered down is amazing. So yeah, last time I checked, Nazis didn't have an agenda that called for anti-harassment. Last time I
Okay. So for starters, the Nazis did claim they were the victims of the Jews, and that's what justified their stuff. Please look into history, Rev. Please.
checked, Nazis didn't believe in the right for someone to play Hogwarts Legacy free of harassment. This
Rev, oh my god. This has nothing to do with this.
This is so sad to see that this term continues to get watered down. I mean, you're a Nazi for anything nowadays, but yeah, we're not exactly surprised that Twitter freaks would resort to that kind of reach. But
not even a single like with this tweet. Not even a single like. You know, organized. How is this organized? How is this organized instead of trans people just being mad? Also, regarding to people saying they're calling people a lot of Nazis, there's a lot of Nazis in the world if you know your history and Nazi ideology. If you can see those patterns, oh, they're common. They're common.
moving on, this is another thing, the level of entitlement here. Hey,
I don't know, Nazi's not a band word in my chat.
transphobe, I'll wait for your apology here. What apology? What changed by the fact that she is now under a new VTuber model and working with a new agency? Who has to apologize?
Remember what they took from you. People like Curry Ringy shared the exact same meme that you did, even though you claim you're not friends with him. You shared that exact same thing, and then people like Curry Ringy used that as a excuse to start posting more get the guns memes. And yeah, he did post at least one meme where he wasn't going to harm the trans people that were on his side regarding Hogwarts Legacy, but it was still broadly, we're going after this group of people and just saying Twitter freaks. What changes? A bunch of trans people had to stop streaming, taking breaks, quit, and in some cases had to move. Yep.
It's not that, her moving on isn't erasing everything that happened. She was still harassed and threatened over trying to play Hogwarts Legacy. The fact that she picked herself up and moved on and continued her career
shows that she's more of an adult than you are, because you keep going on about it. Because I wouldn't have seen like most of these tweets had you not signal boosted them in your video. Just saying, Rev.
Is a great thing. It shows her tenacity. It doesn't erase everything that happened. I mean, would these people be happy if she just, basically got harassed and then just kind of laid down on the ground for the rest of her life and never came back to content creation?
No, you're supposed to be an adult and go on with your life, because you're going to get harassed anyways. It's going to be over any sort of mundane shit that people don't like about you.
So her returning has really nothing to do with you. It's about herself and wanting to entertain people and not letting Twitter freaks.
Doesn't want to be related to her past life / model name, but people keep pushing for zero reason other than attention, or more likely harassment. Yeah, it's almost like people just want to keep bringing up Henya's past life because they have biases that they want to push. At least I'm open about my biases. Question me on it, call me on it, I will answer.
Bully her into moving on from that. But, this level of I told you so's doesn't end. This person predicting that if this new VTuber ends up being Pikami, you can tell those bad faith transphobes to go eat a rock. And then, of course, when it was announced, this person said, hey, transphobic as F Pikami fans, you owe me a pizza, haha. And then, of course, transphobes in the replies still seething because they'll never admit they're horrible people. Oh, the irony of this statement. Wow. It's almost like people who harass others don't realize they're horrible people, right?
Introspection. Level 1000. Oh my god.
People resorting to transphobia, yeah, they're bad people. But also people who are harassing Pikami over wanting to play Hogwarts Legacy, also bad people. Again, two things can exist at once, right? There are multiple layers of bad people. Both extremes on each side tend to be bad people, right? If they're harassing others over being trans or they're harassing people over playing a video game. Those are both bad things, okay? And the irony of Twitter freaks like this not realizing that they're on the kind of the same kin of making bad mistakes and mistreating other people over things that people shouldn't be attacked over. Yeah, there's no self-awareness at all. But
yep, especially I will say, especially the people that throw the label of Twitter freaks onto other people. Cause like, I don't think that a lot of the stuff that people get hate over is even related to Hogwarts Legacy anymore, beyond people are still butthurt. Like, seriously, we don't need to keep talking about it. I thought people didn't want to keep talking about it because it just spreads bad blood. But no, there's 20 minutes of let's talk about Hogwarts Legacy again. Even though he's put out in a video that I don't even want to talk about Hogwarts Legacy, but the Twitter freaks are making me do it, or some shit like that.
Moving on, another tweet here saying, so Henya just debuted for VShojo and it's literally just Pikami, which means the entire Hogwarts fiasco had literally no effect on Pikami graduating after all, like sane people assumed. Yes, the sane people among the Twitter freaks knew this had nothing to do with it. Again, just like I pointed out earlier with that VTuber. So what you're saying is she was harassed and bullied, but it...
No, unironically, within like the first month of Hogwarts Legacy, it dropped so drastically. Like, oh my god. I'm gonna pull it up. Just in case my Google search is bad. Hogwarts Legacy release watch time. Hogwarts Legacy Twitch watch time. Fuck, there was a graph on it. Can't remember. Not Twitch drops. Fuck, I can't remember where to see it. But like, God, there was a massive drop. Like, there were hundreds of thousands of people, I think, watching it. But then they stopped after like a few weeks because, well, there were people that pushed their narrative of, I hate I hate Harry Potter, but I hate the Twitter freaks more. And that was literally just a clout farm in my eyes. That's just expressing hate. That's all I can really see coming out of people that call others Twitter freaks. Like, I get roped into the Twitter freaks label too. People are like, eat the rich and then just bought a $60 game because they want to be edgy. Yeah, right? Exactly.
Didn't impact her graduation. That's your saving grace. That's the way you try to absolve people of guilt and deflect valid criticism that says don't bully people. You just say, well, she was bullied, but it didn't impact her graduation, so it was okay. No, it wasn't okay. It was never okay. And no matter what its role it played in her graduation, it doesn't make the harassment campaign. And clearly,
They didn't say that it made it okay. They didn't say that, Rev. You really like to strawman people, don't you?
people like this haven't learned anything because they're continuing to do it. But here's another one from a artist in training saying, cool, so can all the transphobes just shut up now? Beside, they were dead wrong. What are they wrong about? What?
Remember what they took from you, as if she was never going to come back because she was harassed off the platform. Maybe it's like that didn't happen. Huh?
Everyone keeps saying this because they're wrong. What did people get wrong? She was harassed. Her coming back somehow absolve all the bullies attacking her and everything just goes away. That's not how this narrative is going to be shifted. And I'm going to be here to remind people that those harassment campaigns still happen, and regardless of the level that role played, and regardless of whether these VTubers have returned under new accounts, doesn't take any of that away. But moving on, this person saying Pikami was just changing companies, but her fans will insist it was the evil trans people that made her graduate.
Ooh, I wonder how he's going to respond to this one. Oh, this one actually got pretty decent traction. Look at that.
So this whole like changing companies narrative, remember we were talking about don't blame it on one thing? Well, they're blaming it all on this change to the company, that she was chasing the bag, and that this was all part of the plan. Well, again, nobody knows what's inside the mind of this person and her decisions, especially business decisions, and I'm hardly surprised that people are trying to spin this narrative of, well, she was always leaving for VShojo, so none of this matters.
That's not how they're spinning the narrative. That's not why we say that she was on the content grind. We say that because she ended up leaving Bombs because, I'm willing to bet she didn't like the contract. She didn't like the compensation for her work she's putting in, so she left the company. Like any reasonable person does, that's an adult. I'm starting to develop a bias against Rev Strawman just from this video reaction. Wait, agreeing or disagreeing with me? I'm curious.
I mean, I'm not really surprised to see that, but yeah, you'll see right here more tweets like that. Another VTuber saying, so you're telling me people were harassing trans people for no reason when really Pikmin graduated to chase that bag. Yeah, what a nice way to absolve all the Twitter freaks of harassing people, because she was chasing that bag. Just because she was going out for money, it's okay to harass her because she was trying to get.
They're not saying that it was okay to harass. That's not what those tweets said. Rev, please.
Get something financially out of it, so it's okay. Don't worry about it, guys. Obviously, that's a pretty bad excuse for all the harassment. But moving on, again, those never forget what they took from you people are sure looking stupid right now when their parasocial relationship gets shown up to be less important than chasing the bag. So
Oh, the Google Trends. A lot of new stuff when have come out and people switched focus. Yeah. People assume Hendra graduated so she could move to a new company. Exact. Like, chasing the... I'm just running in circles, repeating myself, honestly.
So what this person is trying to say is that...
Oh, yes, please tell me what they are trying to say.
She doesn't care about her fans because she was chasing the bag. That's what she was doing. If she was chasing the bag, why would she come back to VShojo? She would have been...
Come back to VShojo. She moved to VShojo. We don't know if she had planned to go with VShojo since before leaving VOMs. What we do know is that she graduated on a planned time frame and had a goodbye stream to her fans. And people like you are saying, remember what they took from you. And all the nuance that gets explained with that is Pikmin was called transphobic. That's the level of nuance you go with. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, this video and the content I see from Rev is just drama mongering. I'm a drama tuber. He's a drama monger. I would love to talk with him, but, you know, he probably wouldn't talk with me.
Independent, probably. That'd probably be the most financially beneficial version, but clearly, you know, maybe she just likes having an organization around her. Like I've said, some people, agencies and corporations are not a good fit for them, but maybe Pikmin just really enjoyed having the structure and overhead, and she wanted to go to VShojo. Maybe she has friends in the organization and wants to be a part of a greater group of people. You know, we don't...
Oh, I'm not actually trying to get in contact with Rev. I sent him a DM regarding my coverage of his defense of that lolly smasher pass, and that was the only DM I sent to him. I also added him in one tweet saying, fuck, what was it? Thanks for shouting me out in your video. I would love to see if I'm in one of his videos again. That would be amazing to me. But aside from that, it's my stuff is all grandstanding because I don't think he actually even would give a shit about talking to me, no matter how big I am.
I don't know that, but it seems like she wanted to be at VShojo because she had the power to go anywhere she wanted, and she chose that, and the best we can do is respect that, but that's not simply chasing the bag, it's chasing the best fit for her and her fans, because they're going to follow her anywhere she goes.
Bro, that's chasing the bag. Chasing the bag is getting the best job for you. Her fans are going to follow her anywhere she goes. That's kind of how it goes as being a giant content creator. Like, how do you not understand this, Rev? Or do you understand this and you're just trying to make people you don't like look bad? Is that it? I don't know. We don't know because he doesn't really talk about it too much. And, you know, I really don't think he would actually talk with me.
To minimize all of this, that chasing the bag is ridiculous. And of course, like, you can't go 2 seconds without bringing up a parasocial relationship. Just because you don't want to see someone get harassed doesn't mean you're parasocial, by the way.
Ooh, did you take that personally? I think you took that personally.
I know that's a shocking concept, but yeah. Moving on to the next one. This one's saying, of course Henya is peeking me. F all the transphobes who are blaming it on the Wizard game situation. Of course her graduation had nothing to do with it. She was chasing the bag. Basically, I've replied to every single part of this, but I thought this was a good one to end on. It pretty much captures all of the delusional and deflecting tactics that these Twitter freaks are resorting to. And
Deflecting tactics, huh? Rev, you're so adorable.
it's just been a whole lot of coping and seething. And here's Henya's account. Things are going very, very well. The stream was very fun. It was
a lot of fun.
awesome to see her back. And she has been welcomed with overwhelmingly positive open arms. Like, you know, we get bogged down in all of the Twitter freaks and negative things they're saying, but
I wonder who keeps bringing up and showcasing the anger that a few accounts that get like a handful of likes, the biggest number of likes that you've shown so far is like 250. And I mean, your video has 10,000 views, so, or 10,000 likes, not views, likes. So, really, who is the one causing the problem with the drama? Who really is it?
the overall reaction was one of excitement and happiness and people welcoming back this great talent that they have missed. And she will clearly fit in very well at VShojo. And the fact that she speaks both English and Japanese will make her a very versatile fit for their organization. She can work with both the Japan and English sides of things, and that'll be really cool because she's been a very good bridge for a lot of bringing a lot of Japanese talents over to English-speaking audiences because of her capabilities. And I think she's going to have a great time at VShojo. The model looks awesome, by the way. And yeah, same old Pikami, just a new face, and the fans are very lucky. We're all very lucky. So that's going to do it for this video. Please share all of your thoughts about these related situations.
Oh, don't worry, Rev. I will. Honestly, I don't think I really have any more afterthoughts to add to this. Going over a Rev video is kind of like, you know, I'm stopping every 5 minutes to rant and bitch. Surely it's not Rev, is it? /S. No. Totally not. Oh my god, I don't even know how long that video was, but or my video is going to be, but like this is going to be fun. Okay, I've got to make a quick bio break, and then I'm going to be talking with Pwincess about Poképhilia. Get ready for that one. Okay. I'm done fucking around. I have found out. Oh, I'm getting a lot of DMs. Howdy, welcome to the stream. Do. Talking about Pokemon. Just getting ready. Also, thank you for that sub, by the way. On the YouTubes. I super duper appreciate. Okay, it looks like we're basically ready to get started. I think. She's typing now. Okay. Howdy, Perfection. I've heard of you. Yeah, we're in a bit of a more boring in-between section between the segments I do. This is actually the most likely time you're able to get answers to questions from me and stuff. Because I do try to focus more on my reaction responses to videos rather than engaging with chat directly. But I mean, chat does seem to get more active when I'm watching and responding to videos. Do 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 do. On YouTube. Make sure. Hey y'all, make sure you like the stream. It helps with viewer or helps with algorithm and stuff. I keep forgetting to like actually have my chats open in the internet so I can actually control them in case I need to deal with people. Oh, she's calling. Y'all ready for this? Pwincess! Are you muted?
No, I don't believe I
okay.
am.
Okay. Howdy.
Hi. Yeah, I was ordering Domino's, so I had to unplug my phone, and for some reason it has issues replugging back in.
Oh, that's rude of it. That's really rude of it. So, we're gonna be talking about something fun today.
Yep.
So, would you like to give a bit of an introduction of yourself, name, pronouns, that kind of thing? I don't want to
Hello.
forget.
For those who don't know me, I am Pwincess Tariat Tometeller, first of her name, keeper of lore, collector of tales, reader of fates, founder and leader of the Myceli Fae Court, and arbiter of the Lost Library. The last time I was on this channel, I didn't have a live 2D model. But you can just call me Pwincess. And my pronouns are she, they.
Alrighty.
And I apologize. I am eating some chicken nuggets from Domino's.
Wait. They do chicken nuggies?
Boneless chicken wings, but I mean,
That's nuggies, as far as I'm concerned. I don't give a fuck. Okay, so pretty much we are here to basically talk about have a conversation that was sparked from a comment you left under one of my videos. Welcome back, Len. And
I'm gonna I'll just heat up the nuggies after stream. It's just with the way my model is, my mouth is constantly opening when I'm chewing. Anyways, sorry. I'm so professional.
Right.
I'm so professional.
I mean, of course you are. You're an indie VTuber. You have to be 100% professional all the time.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So basically, you were making a video. I think there was some subject you were talking about.
I
somebody
was going
looting Pokemon.
Yeah, I was going over a Rev video where he was talking about tomboys. And then that happened to have looting Pokemon come up in it as well.
Yeah, like most of the protagonists are within the uncomfortable range of like 10 to 15. So
Yeah.
but then I mentioned, oh yeah, but the Pokemon themselves, the Mon stands for monsters. So technically, if you want to fuck Pokemon, sorry for the vulgar language.
Oh, watch your fucking mouth. Have you not watched my streams?
Anyways, if you want to fuck Pokemon, basically, it falls under a subset of the furry, a weird intersection between the furry fandom and the monster fucker fandom. Because they're not actually animals; they're monsters. They're pocket monsters. And to quote a popular meme, there's no laws about the Pokemon, Batman.
It's a law punny, Batman. Oh my god.
So, and the thing is, the weird part is there's actually like lore within the Pokemon universe.
Yeah, you had mentioned that a little bit in our
DMs. Canonized it.
like the fact that it's canonized, like,
well, it really does come down to a interpretation of localizations, because in the remake of Diamond and Pearl, so Brilliant Diamond and Bright Pearl, or Bright Diamond, Brilliant Pearl. I have it, but I never actually played it, so I didn't commit the name to memory. But basically, Diamond and Pearl, the remakes, was an interesting remake because normally they don't make any other additional games, but they made an additional game of Arceus, Legends Arceus, that was in the same region, but way in the distant past. So they kind of used that as a jumping off point to add additional lore to the game. Let me I brought up the webpage. I can drop you a link to the webpage too, so maybe you can like show it on screen or something like that.
Oh yeah, I definitely will.
It's 2 screens and it's not enough.
It's never enough. I need like at least 3.
So when I was trying to look up this bit of lore, I found this website that basically it breaks down the Japanese release and the English release, and then also shows the more literal translation from Japanese to English, not the localization rewording kind of thing. So I can't read Japanese, so I'm not going to even attempt it. But
yeah, I would definitely prefer to work with the English dex entries and stuff.
Well, we'll talk about the dex entries in a second, because there is a lot of dex entries. There's a lot of dex entries that connect Pokemon and humans. But this is like so basically in one of the libraries in the Diamond Pearl remakes, I think the story might exist to an extent in the original Diamond and Pearl, but this is, I think, specifically the remake is where this site is getting its information from. So the literal translation. Let me move this webpage to the screen that has my camera above it, so I stop looking to the left. Anyways, so the literal translation is Shino Folklore Story 3. There was once Pokemon that married people. There once were people who married Pokemon. This was a normal thing long ago. People and Pokemon were the same. That's the literal translation. in the actual localization for the United States, it read Shino Folklore Story number 3. Sorry, not Shino, Sinnoh. No, it's not SH. There once were Pokemon that became very close to humans. There once were humans and Pokemon that ate together at the same table. It was a time when there existed no differences to distinguish the two. And the site does go on to kind of theorize that the slight rewording of things may have been tweaked to fit the temperament of some of the more conservative individuals in the United States. Because Pokemon was already deemed demonic, so, they didn't want to cause any more controversies.
Yeah. I remember being in, like, Sunday school, and they were like, cut up your Pokemon cards. They're idolizing the devil. And it's like, holy shit, dude, I'm 10.
Yeah,
Okay.
trying to figure out which. There it is. There. I thought I had the stream open on my page. Anyways, just so I can see where I am on the screen. Yeah. And so basically, you could argue that they just mean that they lived in harmony without the need of like Pokeballs and like taming and all that kind of stuff. Because the lore about Pokeballs is a whole nother can of worms. Thank you, Legends Arceus, for establishing that Pokemon as a defense mechanism can just change their size.
What?
And so, yeah, again, may have been an issue with localization and translation to English, but apparently in Legends Arceus, when you're introduced to the Pokeballs, which are craftable in that game, that apparently Pokemon, they have a size they like to hang out in, but when you throw a round object at them, a defense mechanism causes them to just spontaneously change size, and allowing them to be captured into the into the Pokeballs. Not sure where how they become like tamed or anything like that, or if any advances in technology change between the Hisui region and modern day. But yeah.
What the fuck? That.
And again,
okay.
Some people argue that it was probably translation error, but which is why a lot of when you're looking at the translations of things from like for Pokemon lore, it can be kind of interesting because because there is the localization where they might change around a few words, alter the meanings, and all that kind of stuff, which happens a lot between like Japanese games and the English release. That leads to various controversies, not just regarding Pokemon.
I have noticed that's a trend, just in general, not just with this. Okay, sorry, it's not very long.
But basically, but even if you go by the official English release translation, they're saying that there was no distinction between Pokemon and human way back in the day, which kind of mirrors immersion break real life. Because when like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens they existed around the same time, and they did interbreed. We have some Neanderthal DNA within our genetic code, and so it's kind of along those same lines.
Okay.
I guess if for trying to draw parallels to our world, that like because there are very humanoid Pokemon.
Like, I thought there were Pokemon that were literally humans before they became Pokemon for whatever their reasons.
Yeah, a lot of the ghost type Pokemon are the spirits of
Oops.
the spirits. I don't have specific references for these. I just kind of know them. Some of the weirder like Pokedex entries are like Ghastly apparently is like the possessed gases that are released from Pokemon, from Pokemon and humans as they decay. It's like the corpse gases, basically. It forms ghastly. At least in one dex entry, I can't exactly state where. There's a site that I was looking at, like 10 really weird human Pokemon connections, and they're all basically ghost type Pokemon. I forget the name of it, but there's a Pokemon that is literally the spirit of a child who was lost in the woods.
Is that Mimikyu?
No, it's not Mimikyu. No, that Mimikyu is different. Mimikyu is like a weird Eldritch abomination,
Pikachu or whatever.
Yes, it's an Eldritch abomination that wants to have the same love and affection given to it as Pikachu. I think. But I forget what it's. I wish I knew the exact names. Like I'm not so much of a Pokemon fan that I know every single Pokemon by name. There's over 1,000 of them at this point between and all that kind of stuff. So it's hard to remember all the names. But it was one of the it was kind of like was a possessed tree stump that evolves into like a possessed tree. I forget the name of it.
Oh, it becomes Trevenant.
Yeah, and basically the possessed little tree stump, it's the soul of a child that got lost in the woods.
Okay.
Spirit Tomb is like
it says Trevenant.
100 is 108 human souls that are for some reason bound to this stone.
According to old tales, phantoms are stumps possessed by spirits of children who died while lost in the forest.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
I think what was it? There was Drifloon, which not only has a habit of kidnapping children, Drifloon not only has a habit of kidnapping children, apparently were the spirits of wandering souls that didn't have wandering spirits that didn't had unfinished business or something like that. And Drifblim, the evolution, is a whole collection of them forming together.
Okay.
Let's see what other really weird ones were there. There's another ice type ghost type Pokemon that you commonly find in like the frozen mountainous areas that are
Frostlass, right?
The no, well there's Frostlass, but there's another one that's looks like a giant snowflake.
Wait,
that is
ghost type?
I think it's ghost type. That is all I know is I read this in the most recent game. I don't know if it's the recent generation Pokemon, but I read this in the Pokedex of the most recent game of Scarlet and Violet, where it basically is presumed to be the soul of people who died on a mountain, became this like ice type ghost Pokemon.
That sounds hardcore. But yeah, that is definitely establishing that at least in some ways people can become Pokemon. There are other ways.
There's also like a golem like Pokemon that is also like a possessed suit of armor.
Golem? Or not Golem, what's it?
Not actually Golem, but like there's one that's like is literally like a suit of armor that's possessed by a soul.
Golurk.
And has a
Golurk.
Yeah.
And Golett.
But as far as like humans actually becoming Pokemon, there is one Pokedex entry for either as Abracadabra or Alakazam that apparently someone just woke up as a Pokemon. And then there's Mr. Mime, which is just a man.
Mr. Mime is just a creepy dude. Just saying.
But even in the most recent generation, one of the secondary set of legendaries, the Ruin Pokemon.
Fire Red. It happened one morning. A boy with extrasensory powers awoke in bed, transformed into Kadabra. Emerald. It is rumored that a boy with psychic abilities suddenly transformed into Kadabra while he was assisting research into extrasensory powers. Yeah, like, I mean, there's the establishment there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. I was just going through off the top of my head other strange things in the most recent generation. There's the 4 ruin Pokemon, which is a quest line and a Pokemon you would not have acquired if you didn't actually bother doing all the actual like going to school in the Pokemon Scarlet Violet stuff, because you get a quest line from the history teacher to capture the 4 Pokemon of Ruin. And one of them is wooden tablets and leaves. It's Grass Dark. I forget its exact name, but it's a Pokedex entry. Is a scribe decided to just curl up into a bunch of leaves and become a Pokemon. So apparently you can just do that. You can
I think I saw that.
Just cover yourselves in leaves and bam, you're a Pokemon.
It was one of the more recent ones.
Yeah, it's right there. It's Wo Chen. Second to last in that list there.
Yeah, I got it. Dark Grass, Pokedex entries, Scarlet and Violet. The grudge of a person punished for writing the king's evil deeds upon wooden tablets has clad itself in dead leaves to become a Pokemon. Drains the life force from vegetation, causing nearby.
People can just do that. Just jump into a pile of leaves and poof, you're a Pokemon.
It's like a snail too.
Yeah.
It's a person that got so mad that they just became a Pokemon.
Yep. And another weird thing, which
Len is bringing something up in chat that I'd like to mention. One thing I've always kind of had in my mind with Mew as well as Arceus is just like how both very likely can also be connected directly to humans, like that humans themselves are Pokemon even. Like, yeah, isn't Arceus like literally God?
I think it's actually pronounced Arceus. The pronunciation.
I'm a degenerate, so I don't really care.
How the hell do you pronounce Suicune? Anyways,
it's obviously pronounced Suicune. Suicune.
But yeah, basically, Arceus is essentially Pokegod. Like, whenever you capture Arceus in a game, you're actually capturing an aspect of the god. You're not capturing the god because it is like beyond Pokeballs.
Literally, in Tolkien mythology, this Pokemon was born before the universe existed. That this Pokemon shaped the universe.
Yep. It then made time, space, and time.
Emerged from an egg where there was nothing, then shaped the world. Yep. It's literally about this Pokemon being God. There's nothing else.
Yeah, Pokegod. And so obviously, if it's God of this Pokemon universe, clearly it made humans or helped pushed along evolution of Pokemon to human. There's a lot of humanoid Pokemon. Like there's the joke every generation that like that at least one of the starters will get up on its hind legs and be like furry bait. There's two this generation. There's 2 this generation. Masquerada, I think. The cat, the final evolution of Weed Cat. It like stands on its hind legs, right. And then the final evolution of Quaxley, which I can't pronounce. Quaxaquavel, Quaxacarnival, Quax something or whatever.
Wait, which one?
Very flamboyant dancer Pokemon.
What type?
Water. The water type starter from the water type starter from the current generation, which I forget the number. But like the and then there's the ghost. I see that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Objectively, how it's pronounced is Quacavel.
Yeah. Because it has Spanish roots in its words, and you have like Carnival and Aqua kind of mixed in there.
Yeah, just saying, this is the first time I'm seeing this Pokemon in Smash.
Yeah, it is the very flamboyant bird Pokemon final evolution, and then Masquerada, the grass type starter's final evolution is a very mysterious magician that makes more than one thing disappear, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Sprigatito. right?
Well, Sprigatito. That's the that's how it starts. And like every
then
generation,
and then it starts becoming the furry bait right away.
Yes, people always make the joke that like just
And
like
then
that,
it becomes
like, it's like I love this Pokemon. Keep all 4 paws on the ground, please. all the anti furries out there. It's like keep all 4 paws on the ground.
No.
There's definitely a furry in the Pokemon designing staff.
I would say like the majority of the design staff are furries. Like, look at the designs. Can I just pull up the Pokédex?
Yeah, there's a like furrymonication is growing bolder each generation.
Oh, 100%. Like, look at Gen 1. What was the closest we had to people? It was like Mr. Mime.
Mewtwo.
Yeah, Mewtwo was pretty good.
Because there
Smash.
actually is there's a theory that human DNA was worked into Mewtwo. That's why it's so vastly different and more anthropomorphic than Mew.
Really?
On the same topic, tangentially.
Oh yeah,
Ditto.
Machop line. Thank you for that, Grendel. I forgot about Machop.
Which is the only other Pokemon besides Mew that can use Transform. So people say, "Oh, Ditto is just failed clones of Mew."
That's kind of what I thought, though.
Well, yeah,
maybe
you
it's just
find
like
Ditto,
a
you
sub.
find Ditto around the Pokemon Mansion in the first generation, which is where you find out all the information about Mew and Mewtwo.
And there's like sketchy scientists there.
Okay, so let me bring you ahead a few generations to I think it was Pokemon Black and White 2.
I played that
maybe. I don't think it was in the first version of it, it was in the second one. There's a actually I never did this quest. I found out about this through like looking up creepypasta shit about Pokemon on YouTube. It was either in Black and White or possibly Sun and Moon, but the Ultra version of them. I forget which. But there's this really
I wanted to though.
There's this really weird like sub quest, alternate like quest line in one of the towns where you have to find some Dittos that are disguising themselves as humans. The way you can tell is when you talk to them, they can still only say Ditto.
Okay. And yeah, I remember a Pokemon episode where Team Rocket was trying to get a Ditto to work for them, but it couldn't change its face properly.
Okay, that was just that Ditto. Technically, in the canon of the episode, was only that Ditto couldn't do it. Yes. But it became the common thing that the Ditto can never do the face, which gives Nintendo carte blanche to just slap a Ditto face on any of their other plushie designs and say it's a Ditto disguised as this Pokemon.
Yeah, it's literally just doubling up on their merch. It's really smart of them.
And when in spoiler alert for Detective Pikachu, when the guy's aide and the bad guy in Detective Pikachu, when his aide is revealed to just be a Ditto in human form, it may have been super uncanny valley, but it was not the first time it happened. The first time it happened was in that weird quest. I think now it was in Ultra Sun and Moon, where you have to go around a town trying to find 5 Dittos that are masquerading as humans, and most eerily of all, one of them is disguised as the deputy of the police.
Really? Holy shit. Mm-hmm. The Ditto infiltration goes so much deeper than I thought it would. It's a legit conspiracy.
And because of how people use Ditto, it basically you can breed with any Pokemon, any gender Pokemon, and some non-gendered Pokemon that actually have offspring, so non-legendaries, non-mythic Pokemon. And so it can turn into that Pokemon and have enough of its genetic code to create an egg. If it disguises as a human, would that mean that it could birth a human?
With Ditto, we don't know. Because, like, does Ditto just create the outside appearance of what it's seeing, or does it actually replicate the internal mechanics? I would say it doesn't actually replicate. No,
No,
wait,
because
it does because it breeds with like everything.
It can be the male or female partner in a coupling.
It doesn't matter. Just make them eggs.
But that also begs the question, do humans hatch from eggs in the Pokemon world?
Well, I mean, technically, we come from eggs in our world,
yes,
but we're not.
But we don't
We're not
hatch from
birthed
eggs
into eggs that hatch. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, and
What, Len?
you've seen the Pokemon anime. Ash's mom is totally banging Mr. Mime.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's no denying that.
They're in a throuple with Professor Oak and Mr. Mime.
I need to show off Kyunko's one art where she has with Ditto copying her. I don't know if I've seen that one, Len. What was I going to say? I forget.
Art with the Ditto copying her. I mean, yeah, and even in the episode where Ditto is introduced, where there's that one Ditto that can't really. My eye tracking is all messed up for a second. Okay, it fixed itself.
Oh God, I want to show that off, but like, okay, it doesn't show nipple.
TOS.
But TOS.
But anyways, extending to our world, like because furries, because Yiffer's gonna Yiff. Poképhilia's gonna Poképhilia, and Monster Fucker's gonna fuck monsters. There is.
Fuck it, there's no nipple. I'm risking it.
Just don't.
Oh my God, this art is really great. Check out Ditto for Smash. Seriously.
Like, if you want to maintain your innocence, don't look up any Pokemon name with safe search off.
You think I have innocence?
Oh, I'm not implying that you have innocence. Maybe someone in the audience might not want to see that shit.
Oh, fair enough. But I mean, I'll just call them cowards for not wanting to fuck a Bisharp or whatever.
I mean, as far as like mainstream appeal of Poképhilia versus just regular furry stuff, Markiplier did a smasher pass for Pokemon, and no one batted an eye. Like, more power to you.
No. It's not even that nobody batted an eye, but it's that Markiplier smasher pass where he said he would. Please stop. Where he said he would fuck an Arbok to millions of people, spawned a whole bunch of people doing smasher passes because, you know, we like doing those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Game Theory even did a theory of Markiplier's most ideal Pokemon.
Oh my God, I almost want to watch that on stream at some point. Also, hey Nova.
Sorry, I got hungry and I decided to eat one of the chicken nuggets.
Nuggies.
They have gone cold. I ordered it at a bad time. I thought I had enough time to get them and eat them before stream. I'll nuke them in the microwave afterwards. But yeah, and like, as someone who does, if you go to my not safe for work Twitter, especially retweeting a lot of Sprigatito, Anthro art, and a bunch of all across the evolutionary chain, and also a lot of Eevees, because Eevee is my favorite Pokemon, both in this kind of art and in the more say-so stuff. Because like I stream Pokemon, and I'm not here on Twitch playing with one hand while I'm streaming Pokemon. Like I am using both hands to focus on the Pokemon, so I can separate that kind of stuff from
like I when you were saying
playing the game.
Like I thought you were saying that you could only play Pokemon with one hand, and I was like, hey, I respect you more.
No. I said we're not on joystick. We're on Twitch/YouTube. There's TOS.
I mean, there is TOS, but you can't get caught for something you don't mention.
No, okay, no. I said I wasn't out here playing Pokemon with one hand.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately-
I misheard you, and it's like, okay.
Unfortunately, it does actually require two hands to play the game because one hand controls the camera, one side controls the camera, one side controls the character. So, yeah, it would be it would take a very talented individual to use those controls with one hand. So I could definitely tell the difference between when I'm engaging it as like public facing, safe for work streams, and when I'm a bit more saucy with it, which I don't often promote it, but I do have a not safe for work Twitter because not that I'm 100% say so. It's just unlike Briley, I my main Twitter is not always horny.
I mean, I've been less horny these days, but yeah, I like fighting with people. It's fun for me. Ditto is
I
the
mean,
ideal
if you want-
Pokemon to
if-
smash. They can transform into anyone or anything you want. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
That's-
it's like this
That's a
is
good
technically
one.
the first time I've shown up on stream as what technically would qualify as my lewd persona, which is Pwincess Lewd, which is the Twitter name. I'm at
Yeah.
Pwincess Lewd. If you want to see what weird shit I'm into. Anyways,
You do want to
May-
see
may-
that. I like it. There's a reason I follow her.
I follow you follow me on both accounts actually.
Yeah, I do. I like say
Yeah,
so. I like unsay so. Nothing wrong with that.
say went.
Say sont.
But
Lewd
yeah,
some.
yeah, it's like and then like it goes back to the whole thing. Like people are like, oh, but the Pokemon in their world, it's just the animals. It's like, I mean, yeah, you can train a dog to do tricks, but I can't say to a turtle use water gun and it sprays water from its like they understand human. There's a level of intelligence that is above your average animal, and again, they're Pokemon,
Yes,
not Poke animals.
Yes,
not
and there
pocket
is an
animals.
actual level of understanding between a Pokemon and its trainer.
Yes, and especially when you get to the mythic type Pokemon, which is
Say so is for people who are scared of being judged. True.
Yeah.
Also, there are asexual people, and I respect them.
I'm one of them. Anyways, Ace Flux, so I fluctuate between things. Anyways, anxiety is part of my primary username. So clearly, I just have anxiety over people's impression of me. So it's like, okay, I will share what I like about in a sexual manner, but I just won't do it on my main Twitter.
Oh.
So yeah, I guess go follow me on either is it Lewd Pwincess or Pwincess Lewd? I forget which order the words are.
I forget. Let's see. And I'm totally going to be sharing my Twitter on screen just flippantly. Because, like, I don't post a whole lot of,
Speedrun getting banned from Twitch.
right? Pwincess Lewd, no
80%.
underscores. Okay, I can actually... Yeah, I can share this. This is her Lewd. Check it out. The interview with, Nova is going to be tomorrow, and it's really more of a conversation than an interview that I will be doing with Glenn later.
That profile pic is actually of that art you made of me a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
I recognize it. I still gotta update your model.
Yes, you keep saying you're gonna do that, then you get distracted.
I know. I get distracted a lot. Because I got a lot I want to work on, and then I forget.
Yeah, and back to the whole like Pokemon, like when you get to there are Pokemon that like in the mythic category, so all the stuff of legends, which are technically legendary, but like they're a step above your average legendary. I think there's a few non-legendary mythic Pokemon, all the pseudo legendary Pokemon are mythic, I believe, in some way, shape, or form. My character model looks super high because of my half lidded eyes. I don't know why my tracking is so weird. I'm actually not the high one.
Yeah.
Mostly because I work in a hospital, and unfortunately they do drug tests, so I can't.
You can't? Is it not legal there, or is it just?
It's and without doxing what state I live in, it is decriminalized, but it is not legal.
Okay.
But
That
even
sucks.
so,
Legalize it.
it works. Even though we're like a private hospital, it still is like gets state funding, so we have to abide by federal laws. Breaking character. I know. I'm not an all powerful archfey living in the Feywild.
What?
Sometimes.
Lied to me? The literal sex demon you're talking with?
So I'm really bad at being in character. Okay? I have this in-depth freaking lore. I'm an NPC in my own D&D world, so shit gets really, really fucking meta when my character shows up in my D&D world now. Because Twitch is canon to my D&D world.
Don't cause shit in my stream or fuck off, okay? I'm sorry for interrupting you, Pwincess.
I'm going on distracted side tangents. We've moved on from Pokemon.
Is there really more we can really say on Poképhilia aside from do it?
Yeah, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of conclusion I came to.
I mean, Nuxtaku convinced a bunch of streamers to play the song on stream. We could play the Furrymon song.
Oh, that's actually could introduce people to that song because a lot of them probably haven't seen it.
It'd be a good way to close out this segment, as we really aren't adding much more to the conversation.
Yeah, would you mind linking the original music video that he shared?
I follow them on YouTube, so I should be able to easily find them. They also made the Bowsette song too that recently went viral. Same people. They're good at making viral songs. My internet will just load.
And I'm guessing they're at least DMCA free.
Yeah. I think the Furrymon one would fall under more of a parody. Because it actually is like to the tune of the version of Pokemon theme.
I didn't actually realize that. That's amazing.
Or more or less. Let's see. Copy link address. But the Bowsette song that recently went viral, that one it probably would more count as an original song. Maybe, I don't know. I know. Again, I know that Nuxtaku managed to convince. I saw a whole compilation of him convincing various female streamers to play it on stream. So I mean, I don't think you'll get hit by it for playing it.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything.
If anything, it'll be a copyright claim, but not a strike.
Yeah, so as long as you're recording this segment more than just relying on the VOD, you should be fine.
I mean, yeah. Well, let's let's watch this minute 40 about. Oh wait, before I actually play that, can I share activity so you can keep up with it too?
I mean, I guess. Join activity, sure.
Got it.
I'm also watching. I muted the stream, but I am also technically watching it on the stream.
Well,
but I muted it.
I can just hit play, and then we're not going to worry because we're just reacting to a music video.
Sure, authorize.
Share
Yes, yes. Okay, yep, yeah. It's the first time I'm ever using this feature.
Yeah, me too. I'm getting used to it. Expand video.
Cool.
Is it playing for you?
Maybe I hit pause. I don't know. It's not playing for me.
Oh well. I'll just have to play it on my stream.
It might be my internet.
Totally didn't do anything on Twitter. Uh-huh. But I believe you've watched through the actual Furrymon, gotta smash them all.
I've practically memorized it.
Okay, fair enough. I'll just hit play and
I'll
share it
unmute
with
the
chat.
I'll unmute the stream.
Totally up to you.
I dream to be the very best among the strong and brave, but masters of their Pokemon prefer to feel like slaves. I left my home, I tried to pass right through the tall low polygrass as the strangest feeling in my
Nose bleeding over a milk tank? Can't blame him. God, this is so horny.
Growing bolder, they say it's in the eye of the beholder. I say it's just a fact.
The censoring of the stick.
Yes, the stick is censored. the no horny badge.
Oh, they're doing the sad cat dance too. Oh, this song's a banger. Of course, that fucking milk tank was also a ditto. Oh my god. That is good times. Especially the line, harem in your pocket.
Yep.
Oh my god. Good times, good times.
Hey, it's a surprisingly good song.
Honestly, yeah, that was a bop.
And hey guys, did you know that in terms of Pokemon human breeding, Vaporeon, I don't know, the copy pasta.
Hey guys, did you know that Vaporeon is actually really compatible with... I don't have it memorized, but like, holy shit, people can go...
Yeah, the funny part is the funny part is there is actually like several copy pastas that are like responding to each other. There's the original Vaporeon one.
Yeah, Vaporeon is over-memed. Show more respect for Magmar.
No, then there's a wholesome one for Flareon, saying it's the most huggable Pokemon. Then there's a lewd version of the wholesome one for Flareon. Then there's one that's directly responding to the Vaporeon one, saying that no, Umbreon is the best one. And then there's another one responding to that, saying that you may have heard that Vaporeon or Umbreon were the best one, but no, it's actually Sylveon. People have a lot of time in their hands.
People have been arguing so much about which evolution is the most smashable.
Clearly,
and yeah, Nova. We've been talking about that.
Clearly, the original is the best. Eevee best Pokemon.
Really? No, it's Glaceon, and you will die wrong.
Well, Eevee is my favorite. Eevee is my favorite Pokemon.
It's totally
all-
valid. You enjoy your likes.
Of all the Pokemon, it just has so much potential. It can be 8 different evolutions, and if Pokemon would stop not giving it more evolutions, it could have one of every type.
It really, Eevee really should have one of every type. Like, why the fuck don't they?
I mean, they introduced the perfect mechanic in Scarlet and Violet to introduce new types, past and present.
Oh my god, Nova. Pokemon porn has better animation than the actual show itself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, also want to know a fun fact about the Pheromon music video and YouTube's batshit system regarding what is considered for kids.
Yeah.
So
it is.
So for a period of time after the video was released on YouTube, YouTube marked the Pheromon video for kids.
Really?
Yeah, it took a campaign across TikTok and Twitter for them to finally go, yeah, I mean, do you want another Elsa Gate? Because this is how you get another Elsa Gate.
Wait,
this
Elsa
is not
Gate?
for kids.
Yeah, no,
Elsa
but
Gate
that was the there's no law against Pokemon Batman. That was that meme. And that's kind of what inspired this conversation between us.
Well, yeah, like the Elsa Gate was
Gate,
just
yes.
there's a bunch of weird videos on YouTube, always involving like Frozen characters or Spider-Man or whatever that were like targeted towards kids, but were weirdly sexual. It was called Elsa Gate when that whole apocalypse happened.
Basically, sounds like a 4chan thing.
I heard it referred to as Elsa Gate. Just the cliff notes was there was a bunch of really weird content farm channels that were like using like Elsa and like Batman characters and some Mario characters, right? All copywritten characters in decidedly adult situations, but targeted as kids, and so it got filtered onto the YouTube Kids app and created a whole controversy.
Yeah, that is not good. Hey, monkey, we're talking about fucking Pokemon. Like, not Pokemon, not like excited talking about Pokemon. We're talking about breeding Pokemon in the favorite kind of way of breeding. You know me.
Yes, we're talking about human Pokemon companionship. In the biblical
Tom did a
sense.
video on Elsa Gate.
Oh, I mean, it was a while ago. It's unrelated to the topic. I was just saying that a animation like Pheromon ending up on YouTube Kids app, which it briefly was when it was marked for kids, it would just cause another controversy. I'm glad YouTube reversed that decision, but there are so many like brony animations that are not for kids that have been marked as for kids because YouTube is so paranoid. They think everything animated must be for kids.
Yeah, you really gotta.
I don't think Sausage Party is for kids. I don't think South Park should be for kids. It is mostly viewed by kids, but it's very adult.
Yeah, and like Happy Tree Friends. I would
Tree
not
Friends.
promote that one towards kids.
Anyways, well, I think the Pheromon video was going to kind of bookend our discussion, unless you want to bring up anything else, or maybe you can find the original video that had there's no laws against the Pokemon Batman.
I don't know if it was the original video, but Nova did send me that meme that essentially started.
Okay, we'll bookend with that.
Yeah, I'll bookend it with Joker is correct here. This is what we'll end it with.
Batman.
Yeah, because I had some structure. I thought I had some structure, but I can't hear anything. Oh yeah, I muted the stream.
Okay, we ready to go? we'll end this one off.
Batman, I caught a little Pokemon. Do you want to know what Pokemon I caught?
What Pokemon did you catch, Joker?
I caught a little punny, Batman. I caught a little punny.
Oh no, Joker. Don't tell me.
You already know, Batman. You know what I'm gonna do to that thing.
Joker, it's an animal, Joker, you can't.
Batman, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I can do whatever I want with it.
No, Joker. No, don't do it.
I'm gonna do it, Batman, I caught a...
Yeah, the original audio goes a lot more deep into it. It's not exactly super duper 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 funny, like how deep they go into it, but it is funny. It makes me laugh.
A wild punny appears, randomly spreading your ears. Anyways, thank you for having me on for a slightly more lewder content. In about like an hour or so, I'll be streaming over on my channel. I'm playing Borderlands, one of the DLCs, the Zombie Island of Dr. Ned. Tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will most likely be a D&D stream. Chaotic Lawful, the UPT Chronicles. I'm the DM.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
So yeah, that's my weekend. Figure I would end the clusterfuck of a topic we just discussed with a little self promo.
Yeah, it's pretty fitting, especially at the end of a video, because the people that'll actually listen through it will be like, hey, I kind of want to listen. I want to hear more about what they have to say. Who were they again? And then you mention who you were at the end, and they're like, oh yeah.
Yes, I'm Pwincess. Although I'm for most sites, I'm either Anxiety Archfey Pwincess or just Anxiety Pwincess. Places like Twitter didn't let me have Archfey in there, too long of a username. But most places, Tumblr, TikTok, YouTube.
Yeah, you got a link tree,
Twitch.
right?
I have a link tree that I haven't really updated in a while. I don't think I added the Tumblr. Well, if you find me on Twitch, if you can toss a shout out in the Twitch comments, Riley.
Yes,
if you go to my Twitch chat and do !socials, the whole all my current socials, all my current socials should show up there. But yeah. Well, if you have Stream Elements, it'll probably !SO, then my Twitch name.
Yeah, but I have to get your Twitch name right.
Oh, Anxiety Archfey Pwincess.
All one word.
I can type. Yeah, I can type it in. I can type in chat, and so you can just copy it from there. And yes, the word I typed in chat was boobs.
Bot, did you work? Yay, the bot did it. Now is it the actual account?
Saying as I heard the sound that means somebody followed.
Howdy Bell plays.
It's a bunch of magic casting sounds.
Nice. I've got a bunch of Trump sounds for my follow noises and stuff. Like that one.
And
Thank you.
Also, there's the special the specific Twitch one that's like the / shout out.
Yeah, I think I had scene.gg play clips for what's it when I do shout outs like that, but that stopped working, so I gotta redo it. But I do have shout outs working. But again, thank you for coming on. It's been a blast. I gotta turn these things into podcasts.
Sorry that my model kind of was all droopy. I had the entire time. My tracking is so weird, and I keep looking to the.
Fine. It's fine. We're indie. We're small. We're still getting used to VTubing and streaming and all that fun stuff.
It ain't a stream if there isn't scuff.
Exactly. And besides, if you do check out Pwincess Here's streams, you'll get to see her model with the full animation, not have to worry about the choppy little bits. Because, you know, sharing the VTuber over the internet does kind of cause a lot of drain on the... Oh, God, you're cute when you're blushing. Does cause a lot of strain on the bandwidth of your system.
Yeah, my motto is like I went for your blush. I'm gonna make the ears blush a little bit too. I'm like, oh, okay.
Alrighty. Take care, Pwincess. It's been a blast chatting with you.
Yeah, I should. I'm in the comments sometimes. I definitely watch your VODs a lot on YouTube. That they make the work pass quickly at my day job.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
I do definitely like checking out your TikToks that you share. I'm not on that app too much. I really should be more.
I don't know. I usually post clips, but I started actually making content using the live 2D, not using the VTube Studio app on my phone, responding to videos, and I get in fights with flat earthers and transphobes. It's fun.
That does sound like a ton of fun. You guys should definitely check out her TikTok.
You see, anxiety arch Pwincess on most platforms. My lewd Twitter is different, and Twitter in general is different because anxiety Pwincess is too long, apparently.
I don't know. It just sounds like homophobia to me. Obviously, that's what it is.
I only added Archfey because I didn't think anxiety Pwincess tied enough to my Archfey character.
Fair enough.
Anyways, bye.
Bye. Boop. And then we hide the guest. Okay, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make more lewds with Pokemon Batman. Also, what is the Fallen? Pwincess is a sweet person and very lovely. You guys are objectively correct there. Oh, fuck off, Nova. Banned. I can't believe you actually fucking got me with that one. Fuck. You got me good there. Well, I guess the conversation ended earlier than I expected. So, Len, if you want to hop on for your interview, we can start 40 minutes early. Oh yeah, I should. Okay, first of all, these two hit pieces, or these two respond. The stuff that Trexie sent me regarding her being in videos. I'm gonna cover those. Pokemon sexy. Pokemon very, very sexy. Oh, don't you worry, Pwincess. We basically got like a full hour conversation going. I just don't want to lose those videos. Sexied up Pokemon even better, changing my mind. Yes, I believe Len had some kind of history with Draco, and Draco did apologize to Len on my stream, but it's not up to me to say whether or not that apology was accepted by Len. Yeah. Yes, actions do speak louder than words. And I did have criticism of him with the conversation with Draco regarding how he's vague about who he harmed, but I mean, he did share with me a group chat of some people specifically telling him don't mention specific names of who you dragged into this, and he said, "Okay, I won't." So, I'll let that part go, but that doesn't change the fact that he directly lied to me about wanting to do better, and then wanting or agreeing that it would be in his best interest to not engage with the community for a while. And he gets banned from chats in like less than 8 hours. Oh yeah, I got a less than 4 hours, you think? I gotta pull up my questions because I don't remember them all. Oh yeah, I should take the time to also make an announcement that I am doing a 24-hour stream next month in June. I will be doing a trans charity stream on June 17th, doing 24-hour stream. I'll be raising money for what was that campaign? It's a trans pride-a-thon. Which one? For Trans Lifeline. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing that in the future. Where's my influencer interviews? Organizational interviews, but none of them have responded yet. There it is. There's my I Spy interviews. Because I got a lot of questions that I, like, I forget. Don't blame me. Also, Len, are you just going to be using a reactive PNG? Okie dokie. And it was that one you sent me. LenAirhead. I hit the clip button, but it might have been a little late. Because I personally want a clip of that myself. That'll make a really funny, like, short or TikTok, all that fun stuff. Settings, effect settings, turn my glow back on. Because I forgot to turn that back on. That's quite alright, Len. Yeah, I can take it from the VOD. There is the clip feature available on the YouTubes, but I just haven't done it. I can double check my clip. Okay, never mind. That clip wasn't saved. That sucks. Oh, thank you, Len. Giving me the direct browser source. Okay, it should be good. Ready to go. Whenever you are. Big stretchy. Big stretchy. Right, I want to reset that a little bit. Don't worry, you're fine, Nova. I'm just going to have a sippy before I actually start the recording and introduction of the I Spy. I really should be doing like an introduction for my interviews. Games like Crash and Spyro are my chill play games. Totally fair. For me, I like Stardew Valley. Because, you know, I'm a blonde basic bitch. For you, that just goes on rhythm games? Fair. Okay, so I think we're ready to get started with the interview. I think so. Oh, we'll just do it in DM call. Oh, I should also see if my IRL plans are still going to be happening. So before I actually jump into that and forget. There. Come on. It is the 20th. Yes, it's the 20th. I like to take the time to get to know different kind of content creators and bring them on my stream, ask them about their content, ask them about who they are, get to know them a bit, and take a chance to explore their platform. Today, I am talking with a personal friend of mine, LenAirhead, the person that got me into Koikatsu. Or at least, got me into it in the way I am now. They also do pretty banger art. You're going to want to check them out. Oh, shush. No, I won't shush. You unshush, okay? Calling. Yeah. Calling you out. Hey, Len.
Calling me out like this.
Yeah, like right on the stream, calling you out directly, showing your cute ass face.
Oh, please.
How are you doing, my friend?
Chaotic as hell. But I think that's pretty common already.
Yeah, that's pretty known, at least by me. So, would you like to give a bit of an introduction to yourself? Name, pronouns, that kind of thing?
Yep. My name's Len. I can be called specifically he, him, or she, her due to being by gender, because I also change between moods most of the time as well. And the other part regarding my name with Airhead is specifically just there because usernames.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know that many platforms do not like 3 letters only.
Yeah, for some reason, it's just you can't have less than 4 characters, and well, you want something that kind of just stands out in a way. So, what
I mean, it was
platforms are
also
you
kind
on?
of. It was also kind of just a Japanese name that I just randomly had in mind, but like,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just like something Japanese also related for funsies.
Okay.
But mainly Twitch, Twitter, Discord,
For your
maybe
platforms, yeah.
YouTube.
Maybe YouTube? You're thinking about it?
I mean, I uploaded one video within like I don't know how long it's been now already, because I was just like, hey, I played also, why not upload the last clip that I did?
Yeah, it is definitely worth uploading clips and stuff to YouTube. It really helps with your growth.
I mean, I don't really care about growth really.
Oh, fair
That's
enough.
just me myself because I just want to have fun. But like, because I kind of just gave up on trying to earn money or anything like that. I just want in general just hang around.
Totally valid. It's kind of the best way to approach it. It's a hobby. You don't want to try and force yourself into that grind before, you're even making money.
It's not even a grind. The thing with streaming that still has an issue to this day that a lot of people take it as a main job, which it never can be. Even when you get help from a massive organization or even a fucking company,
But
it's just there is not enough profit to make it as a main job unless you do YouTube itself mainly. YouTube compared to Twitch is a massive, massive difference.
well, here's the thing. You can be like Twitch partner over 75 viewers and then still not quite make minimum wage, but if you can get like 3 donos of $5 an hour, that's basically minimum wage. It
Yeah, that is
depends
if you get
on
that far.
it
That
depends
is
on the
another issue.
excessive wealth of your community and how much they're willing to share it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Plus also
Streaming.
how the living
Mhm.
standards are, how you're living, how much it costs and all
Yeah,
that stuff.
cost
That
of living, all
altogether
that fun.
it's a massive, massive difference than actual having a job, which is why many people rather have a job and do streaming and YouTube content as a side thing with editors that they have from other places.
Yeah,
Because they want
that's
to
pretty much what
do
I do
stuff.
too.
Yeah.
No fucking way I'm doing daily videos while working full time.
I mean, there are enough people that also make videos with their job together to earn more money as well, because that's
Oh
kind of
yeah,
an
absolutely.
extra. But they need very special confirmation from their boss that they can record or even stream themselves doing their work.
Yeah, because
Like,
while you're at
truckers.
work, you're on contract to do your job and not be making content unless your job is making content.
Yeah, I mean, as perfect example, truckers, for example. They are literally the perfect example of
Yeah.
making money while also even streaming for funsies. They stream their drives outside with almost good as hell internet on mobile. And it's actually even sometimes chill to just watch. As well as cyclists as well.
Yeah. So, do you happen to go by any nicknames?
I mean, there's only one that certain people really can name me, which is Lenny. But, like, it's really something that I kind of decide on if they can or cannot. Because some people like to call me that. But sometimes I also just like, please don't do that.
Yeah, because sometimes people will just use that as a way to, like, talk down on you, condescend towards you. I get that.
No, it's not
No?
about talking me down. I just like, if I don't know the person enough, I don't particularly want a nickname just yet until I know the person more enough or have been longer in contact with the person.
Okay, fair enough. Do you happen to have a catchphrase?
Sadly not. which is also kind of surprising for how long I've been streaming.
Honestly, most people I ask don't have a catchphrase. It's
I mean,
something that it can help help people or help you stick in the minds of potential viewers, but it's also not necessary per se.
yeah, I think it's pretty much with me just about what I do in general in the first place that is making others memorize me, as well as
Mhm.
my behavior.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I do too. I mean, I sort of have a catchphrase with how I end my streams, but it's not like I end my streams every time saying that.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of also YouTube like heavily with how many people have catchphrases and they do it every single video, and it's just like, please stop for once. I cannot hear it anymore. It's stuck in my head like a virus.
Yeah, like clicking on a Ludwig video and knowing that it'll open boys.
It's gonna be literally the same thing every single time.
Yeah, literally. And then he'll be like, why is the majority of my audience men? Like, dude, you only address dudes with your content. Of course women don't watch you very much.
It's ironic even, but
Yeah.
people learn their lessons too late most of the time as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So, can you briefly describe your aesthetics or lore?
I mean, it's particularly just what I had in thought of first was just like a human that has been transformed into a wolf at first and then kind of went into humanoid wolf. So like some aesthetic within the wolf is kind of kept behind and just stuck. But as you see on my model, for example, that there's mostly human features.
Yes. I did notice that one.
But the other thing that I've kind of added to my lore in general was the goddess that is directly connected to me, which I've made a specific Kakatsu model as well. Since I wanted to kind of interpret the lore a bit more,
Okay.
and also add her more to the story in general, but me with writing lore is horrible. I'm bad with writing.
I wish I had the time to do more writing. but you were making that into like a Koikatsu webcomic?
Not really a webcomic, but more like just adding her here and there, maybe to some things.
Okay.
Or just like even directly being in contact, since the thing is with her character in the entire lore and stuff was like at the beginning, she kind of kept always watch on me, but also like to tease me a lot. And essentially, like the later I came on, still as like male, of course, first, was then just like she started to tease me even more and bring me into like weird stuff more and more. Also, then transforming me into different things to just teach me more, but
And
when
you've been
chaotic
realizing how
and
much you
just
like it?
shush. But it's just been like the extra thing. It's just she is kind of supposed to be like the ultra dom of like stories and such, to just tease the hell out of people.
Okay. Okay.
Like
I
for
think I
being
get
the
it.
goddess that is shapeshifting as well, because I kind of made her as like the god of creation kind of like character that can do almost anything she really wants to.
Yeah.
But of course still has her weaknesses.
Good. Cuz like my biggest issue with
Overpowered
making your
gods.
overpowered gods, yeah, give them a weakness, give them flaws, make them compelling characters. That's really it.
Which is why I made myself a demigod still.
Yeah, that's why I'm just a simple succubus sex demon.
Like even when I put myself as a shapeshifter, I still added the feature of at the beginning I wanted to be demigod, but then also thought like shapeshifter, why not as well? It's a power that demigods still can get from their parents, the god side, of course.
Yeah. So what
So like,
kind
yeah,
of
why not? Well, just yeah, why not?
Okie dokie. What kind of audience do you want to reach?
Genuinely, the people that perhaps want to just go into like older games, want to just chill with people, chat, maybe even discuss games, all kind of things specifically. Because I always have been a person that really just wanted to play games, stream, and just have fun, really. And if people bring up topics that genuinely need to be kind of discussed about games and such, talk about it. Because a lot of shit has been happening recently, as you know yourself.
Yep, I'm pretty aware of the shit that's been happening.
Specifically in the VC we had today.
Can you get mod? Julian, who are you? Welcome to the stream. But yes, I get what you're saying, Len.
Yeah, it's been pretty chaotic.
Yeah, it has. So what inspired you to start making content?
Honestly, mainly just wanting to do something aside from anything else, because back then I was mainly just, aside from school and all the bullying, I wanted to do something online, aside from just playing with other people. And that kind of grew into just trying to be, aside from school and other pain, just dreaming and playing games online, really. Kind of just grew.
Yeah, I mean, I started with, what's it? I started with gaming streams a lot too. I just gravitated towards chatting more. Because, you know, I like to hear myself talk. I'm a white woman with blonde hair. 1,000-year-old man and
I mean,
super,
yeah.
super smart. Oh man, you sound like best based mod. What was my next question? I got distracted. Did you answer what inspired you to start? Yeah, you did answer that one. So how long have you been creating content?
How long? I would say roughly since like 2014, maybe, perhaps. But like genuinely, it was mainly towards 2016, 2017, mainly.
2016, 2017, when you really started getting in the content grind? Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
when I
very
was
gay, Julian. Thank you for noticing.
like 2016, I had more games, more of just being at the PC and such, less of like hospital visits, and generally just like try to do something. So I decided to just play more CS:GO and such games because it was just kind of for fun.
I've never really been that into like the Counter-Strike games, but you know, shooters are fun.
Yeah, I mean, CS:GO has been kind of a downfall for me. I kind of get back into the curve, but it's still like, I'd rather play Counter-Strike Source and such instead of CS:GO.
Yeah, that's fair. I personally prefer Halo over like CS or COD. I just prefer
Yeah,
sci-fi,
Halo's
like hard sci-fi rather than loose sci-fi. Personal preference, that's it.
PlanetSide 2, perhaps? Ever heard of that?
I have played it. I actually kind of like it. I tried to stream it, but it would drop like 100% of frames, so I can't.
Yeah, it's... Keep
is
in mind,
not- It is not
it's like a
stream content.
Battlefield. It's basically like Battlefield, but times 50.
Oh yeah, the map is
And
huge. There's tons of people always online, and
that's
there's
the main
constant
thing.
fighting. It is very PC intensive.
That's why you really need like a fucking powerhouse of a PC.
Oh yeah, I know. Mine, I would say, is pretty mid-range right now. I think I'm 1660 Ti for
You can
GeForce.
stream with the game.
Yeah, it didn't let me. I have tried to stream PlanetSide too.
Huh. But you were not playing on high settings, were you?
I was playing on low settings.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah. I've also had this computer for like 4 or 5 years, and I've only dusted it like a month ago. Don't judge me.
Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna talk about mine, but it has it's old.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Having the old computer. I kind of wear mine out until it basically completely dies and I can't use it anymore before I force myself to buy a new one.
Yeah, I can just say 1 year, 2011.
Bro.
It's a bad PC, okay? Don't judge me too hard. It's still existing.
I'm not judging you over your PC. Just, bro.
I mean, if you're a PC freak like me, you would also know certain tricks around here and there, decreasing performance, removing certain features from Windows, and more. Looking up more tricks.
Yeah, there are ways to maximize your performance and stuff, and I haven't maximized mine either. I really should.
Yeah.
What kind of content do you want to do more of?
Honestly, mainly just retro games, like I did recently still, even though I haven't streamed in a good month now, I believe.
Yeah.
Racing games mainly again, but I kind of need a sim steering wheel again because I kind of want to get back into sim racing. Because that was like my main focus before I became a VTuber.
Sim racing.
Yeah, sim racing is like more
like Forza and Gran Turismo.
No. Forza is not realistic at all. Fuck that game.
Throw it out of the window. For me, a realistic racing game is Forza. An unrealistic racing game is fucking Mario Kart.
Okay, the thing is, Forza, real quick to explain, Forza is an arcade sim. It's trying to be realistic, but it cannot be because it's too arcade to be friendly towards kids and stuff. Because
Forza is the Call of Duty of racing games.
The same is with Gran Turismo. It is trying to be accurate to realism, but also is decently trying to be arcade friendly still, that people can play with a controller. Then you have completely games like Assetto Corsa, iRacing, all those kind of games that are directly like you cannot play with a mouse and keyboard or controller because it's too accurate inputs that you need. People can learn to play with a mouse and keyboard because there's mouse controlling with the steering wheel, as well as with the controller trying to be very accurate, but you need to be so fine-tuned. You really need to give yourself at least like a few months to learn. It's hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. Honestly,
but people do it.
Mm-hmm.
They push themselves to the limit to genuinely like no steering wheel. They do it all with the mouse, and they have a massive fucking mouse field to just move the mouse on. It's insane how much mouse field people need to just play.
Honestly, I would get into racing games a lot more if I had one of them actual mouse wheels and the pedals. It's more engaging to me than a keyboard and mouse or a controller.
There have been more racing steering wheels that have been coming up lately that are more friendly regarding budgets. But the other thing is also like a lot of people still talk about Logitech. I genuinely never suggest Logitech. You can essentially think other companies have like actual big motors inside their steering wheels to make force feedback like it would be real life with the wheel, right?
Yeah.
And Logitech has two small engines connected to a gear that can slip sometimes, even can unbalance sometimes, cannot find its correct middle point and such, and you have to do so much troubleshooting and open up the wheel and stuff. It was enough for me for 3 years.
Fair enough. What kind of?
Real quick, because other games also FPS shooters and rhythm games.
Oh, I love me some rhythm games. I gotta set up my my Xbox to record because I want to do a Rock Band stream eventually. I also need to reset up my. I'm not calling it that. I gotta reset up my Oculus Quest to be able to stream Beat Saber because I want to play that. But first, I gotta get my. I gotta put my VTuber into VR chat.
Yeah, it's a big workaround. I don't know
Oh
that
my
so
god,
much.
it's such a pain in the ass.
I mean, at least, hey, you got it from Kokatsu into Vroid, and then you can do other stuff with it.
Yeah. What's it? My Maddie Boysen.
Yeah, Maddie.
They did that for me. That was super nice of them. I love my model.
He's also a big dork.
Oh yeah, 100%. I really like Maddie. I really should DM them more often. I'm terrible at DMing people first. Anybody that is like friends with me, you can ask them. I'm horrible at DMing. What kind of content do you want to do less of or move away from?
I mean, particularly either games that I don't really like, don't really get into, but also certain drama topics that kind of like in the middle of it, just beginning and just like I kind of get involved into as well.
And you just don't want to really address it on stream or stuff? You just kind of want to have your goofy streams?
I mean, yeah, it's also just that, but like, as much as I get that there's so much shit happening, I just don't fucking involve me in anything. Don't fucking DM me. I don't give a fuck if the person did shit. When the drama is done, I don't mind to be talked about that. But fucking talk friendly with me. Don't be like, hey, you should unfollow this person. They did some really fucked up shit. My god.
Yeah, like, I'm not one to follow police people. I fucking follow Rev on Twitter. So, like, and if
It's
you're following problematic person, it's like, hey, thanks for the heads up, but I'm an adult. I know what I'm doing. Peace.
That's what, like, sure, I don't mind the warning, but I want to be notified perhaps if there's like pure dead-hearted evidence that this shit happened. This person went away and just ran like a fucking bitch. Then sure, I'll fucking unfollow on else.
Yeah, like, it needs to be a lot more than circumstantial evidence. At least IMO. Would you say you have, or would you happen to have a goal with your platform?
Honestly, particularly just perhaps bringing people into like retro games like PS1, PS2 and such, or bring also people back into the time when they were playing certain games. Like, just in general, have fun, as well as just inform people even. Because there are more enough people that don't know about PlayStation 1 games, that don't know about PS2 games. They don't even know sometimes about Game Boy games even. They're just all being pushed out to the newer consoles with no knowledge about what has been back then, how simple it was back then.
Yeah.
Now you pay for like one game, $60. You pay the DLCs perhaps for like, I don't know, $30 because they are all fucking microtransaction bullshit. And then you have other bullshit that you don't even need in the first place because company just wants to make more money and squeeze out the game like it's nothing anymore.
Gotta love the corporate culture of video game industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blizzard.
God damn it.
Nintendo. What?
Yeah, like, it's really hard to find a quote unquote good
Indie games. Seriously, indie games.
Yeah.
Indie games
The
are
AAAs are the ones that get like hardcore pushed with crunch time and all that stuff.
not just that, but like indie games are the nowadays retro games of back then, how they should have been. You just have a game, it gets updated perhaps here and there, more content gets added, and that's it. You don't have to pay extra for it unless you want to support them even more, because the extra content they add within DLCs and stuff as an extra purchase is just for like, hey, you want to support us? We fucking love that, and we have extra more stuff for you if you want to. It just exists. Well, all the big corporates is basically just in a nutshell, give us money. We made this shit. Give us money right now.
Yeah, that's kind of how they do it. They just that's
Half
their end game.
made-
That's all they want. They just want more profits. They just want their more money. They don't
Half
care.
finished game for
Yeah.
bullshit.
They don't care if the fucking consumer is even satisfied with their product.
Yeah. I mean, people want to boycott Activision now recently because of certain events that happened regarding a mod for Call of Duty.
Wait, what happened?
Okay,
Oh, wait, no,
so
SM2, right?
yes, SM2 was a big Call of Duty mod that was over 2 years in work and was shut down from Activision with a cease and desist letter to one of their devs. Just because Activision was losing players if the mod would have been fully finished. And they're gonna lose even more players now because of that bullshit that they pulled.
Yeah, it's like they aimed a gun for their foot and shot themselves in the neck.
Oh no.
It's like everything I see out of Activision is just doing that.
It's more like shooting the other person, but the bullet comes back as well. You know? That's what it is.
Yeah. It's like a
And-
boomerang bullet that goes
Yeah,
through
the
your
hilarious
target
thing is-
and then hits you back.
The
Or
hilarious
ricochets.
thing is, people from X-Defined, the dev team directly, that contact people on Twitter as well and talk about the game, even message their Twitter with like, if any of you guys have free time or want to join us, message us. Like, they are pulling COD developers that made a mod into a COD challenging game that is still having like the arcade spirit of how it should have been back then. It's fucking hilarious that they're actually being roasted from the community and old devs that left Activision.
Yeah, like is there any good redeeming qualities of Activision left?
No,
That's what I
aside from the
thought.
sexual harassment and
Oh
all the
yeah,
other
that
bullshit
definitely
that I
redeems
pulled,
them. You're right.
they have sexual harassment.
Yeah.
The same shit was happening on Blizzard, and now the companies are both together, so they have one history altogether with sexual harassment towards females. What a surprise!
Shocker.
They make games based on microtransaction. They don't listen to the fans directly. They give up on game features that a lot of people want, even. Specifically Overwatch 2. PvE got thrown away. A lot of people quit the game. What a surprise.
Yeah. I don't think they know how to handle their company. Just saying. I could run it better than them.
No, you do not need to handle them. When Microsoft really wants to buy them, they are literally wasting money.
Yeah, but if Microsoft were to buy them, that's just making more of a monopoly within the games industry. If I were to take over that'd be a new breath into the game industry. And you know,
I mean, yeah, it would be, but like, yeah.
I'm a college dropout for game design, so I'm clearly more qualified than the executives at Activision to handle game development.
I mean, I myself kind of just teach myself game development myself because
Unironically-
honestly,
It doesn't matter if you go to school for game design. Yes, it'll help you actually focus on being able to learn the stuff quicker. Yes, it can help with networking post graduation, but companies aren't looking for, did you go to this art school? Did you go to that art school? No, they're looking at your demo reel. That's all they care
Yeah.
about. That they care about what you can do.
yeah, like just generally knowing what have you done in the past. Do you have any knowledge of this specific job, this specific topic? Do you have anything that you can bring us? That is what they want to look for.
Yeah, exactly. How can they maximize their
Even
profit?
though many companies do are kind of like just like, hey, yo, what is your school finish? Like, what is the last grade that you had and all that other shit.
Yeah,
At
like,
least here in
hey,
Germany,
you
it's
applying for a
very.
job? Give us your landlord's references of you. Because that fucking matters with professional employment.
That exists on your end? That doesn't exist on mine. On mine,
That
is
that
specifically just like
literally
being in
happened to
school.
my spouse trying to apply for a job in a call center.
What the?
Yeah. And like, but you know, there's no discrimination against trans people because we have a fucking law about it.
Yeah.
No, literally, it's been like a year of we found somebody more qualified, and then she goes with the government help and stuff, and they're like,
And as a proper place.
yeah, like going to a proper place. The instructor's like looking over their resume and just they're like, your resume is really professionally written. You have wonderful interpersonal people skills. Why are you here? Why are you having such trouble? And shrug.
Did they
I don't
did they
know.
mention them to them?
Pardon?
Did they mention that before as well? With what happened before, even?
Oh yeah, she's been pretty upfront with the government sources about what's been going on, and she doesn't exactly hide the fact that she's trans either.
Yeah, fair. Because I mean, it shouldn't be even. Because you
It
need to
shouldn't be
display yourself as
it
you
shouldn't be
need
an
to
issue.
display yourself as the person that you want to be, that you feel
Mhm.
comfortable with, and else.
Absolutely.
Hiding yourself just gives yourself more pain.
Yeah.
Since what hiding just essentially brings is more uncomfiness. You will question yourself again, and so on and so forth, because you just don't feel welcome anymore at some point from just hiding.
Yeah, and you just don't feel like you can even be yourself around people. You just kind of got to put on a mask, and then when you're only living life under that mask, you don't want to keep living that life.
Yeah. I mean, Germany here, for example, they have been even making special IDs for even trans people that they can recognize themselves within as well, where it's actually written like what person they are, if they're non-binary, gender fluid, and such.
Would that be applied to everybody, including cisgender people?
I mean, they get the normal kind of ID, but like the trans ID is somewhat changed since it needs a bit more information about the person, like pronouns.
What is
what
the
kind of
point of making it specifically about trans people, if not to point them out and identify them specifically? Because, like, I personally think pronouns should be on all basic IDs. It shouldn't be a trans people get this ID because they're different. That's kind of my issue.
It's just the kind of thing with normal IDs. They like know, okay, the person is female, male. Like you don't need to know the difference between the two, you know. But like for those that are trans and some people that don't particularly know about other pronouns, other genders and such, that is why those other IDs exist in the first place. That people, when they go into like clubs and such, right, they get checked on their ID. Those people that then check the ID is just like, okay, this is a new ID that I have not seen yet. It's exactly like the other ID, but there has been more info, more text written specifically towards the person to respect them. Just so that other conflicts do not exist. Like, you have pronouns if you want on there. Gender, of course, needs to be written on it so that the person can be respected separately as well. But also, generally, just like, it still looks similar to the original ID that exists nowadays.
You understand where I'm coming from with being a little jumpy on the
I know.
Yeah, you know.
I get that, believe me. But
and
like,
you know, I absolutely don't want to be jumping to making that label, especially with talking with the German that I don't even think fits that label. You're very fucking different.
I know. It's just my cities in particular. They have even given out the handle that the city is more proactive towards trans people and helping them, because they never mention anything about trans people being able to vote, and they particularly mentioned one day, I think it was like 2019 even, when they said officially, like, for any trans person, we have special IDs for any of you that really want a very special one towards showing yourself of who you are and such. And if you still want to vote, you can vote. There is no issue with that. Because supposedly there was some questioning regarding trans people and such within like the main building and such. But like they brought it out at some point and was like, okay, the sixes now. They did it in my city. I don't know about others particularly.
Huh. I actually didn't know about that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, my city is somewhat large, but also small, I kind of would say.
My city is definitely pretty large. One of the biggest in Canada.
Yeah.
Like, frankly, I'm not even afraid of being doxxed by saying that I'm in Vancouver. Because there's literally like 8 cities that make up the Greater Vancouver area. Like, literally no grasslands between them kind of thing. Like, the border for some of the cities is like called Boundary Road. So
yeah,
like
it's like incredibly massive.
It's huge.
Like the thing is with my city, there is no other city basically connected to it because it's one whole thing. So like, I don't really care about doxing myself because I used to also call people like, hey, if you want to beat me up, come to my city. Like I give them the name of my city to bring them here because German idiots are German idiots, and if they want to fight, they can fight. I don't care. I'm gonna call the cops on them.
Just make sure you bring yourself a baseball bat, a glove, and a ball.
Oh,
That way,
believe me, I don't need to do any of that when my father is connected to the police.
Oh, okay, bitchin'.
I can just message my dad here. I need direct connection to the main police station here in my city, and just can go ahead and like, yeah, there's a person that wants to try to beat me up. I perhaps need someone that overwatches me and then perhaps intervenes.
Yeah, like somebody wants to beat me up and they called me out in front of the flagpole at 3 p.m. after school today. Can you just send like a cop to patrol around, to just happen to patrol around there at that time? Like, that's really genius thinking. Plausible deniability for you. They can't give you shit for that because they'll never know. And a cop just happens to show up when they're being a cunt.
Yeah, that's why it's a funny thing that
it's genius.
There's so many things happening in my city. It's genuinely also scary because there has been a raising of stabbings lately.
Really?
Because for whole small and like you have many side paths and else that are just particularly not watched over. For whole small my cities, it's scary at this point now. Like if you walk, let's say around this time on my end, it's now like 11 p.m. If you go outside now, you should have some kind of defense like pepper spray, which you can wear around, because in particular it's meant always as self-defense. Rush, it's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, just stay safe out there, okay?
I know.
Like, I do consider you an adult. You can take care of yourself. I do worry, but like, I get it. I'm out at night at times too, out having a smoke, and I understand why people tell me to be safe and stuff. But I'm fucking 6'1" and like one of the scariest fucking people out there. If you piss me off.
I mean, that's the one thing about my girlfriend. I told her many times that I'm fine and such, and she honestly has sometimes the urge to just... She wants to just take a boat and come over. And for fuck's sake, she's 6'3" and she's really athletic. My girlfriend is the half of both of you. She's 6'3".
Oh, wow.
The thing is, she's muted, so she can also be incredibly silent, so you don't even know when she's attacking.
Oh, I fucking love being over 6 feet tall and then like sneaking up behind somebody and then just like they don't notice and then you're suddenly looming over 2 feet higher
Oh
than
my God.
them and they're like, holy fuck.
Stop, I feel small. Fuck you.
My leg's small. It's cute.
Shush. 5'11" is a pain for me because I constantly feel small in my city. Because like everyone
enough,
feels
fair
like they're
enough.
over 6.
I won't do
'Cause,
what
like-
my girlfriend does to me and call you shorty. I'll
Oh
more
my
than likely
God.
be 7'1" by the next 3 years. Getting a
Fucking
surgery?
excuse
What?
me?
How 7'1"?
Probably
We should get
growing
back
more.
onto topic with the interviews. So, what is something you wish you were taught when you first got into content creation?
Honestly, not looking at my viewer counter ever.
Oh my god, it's
If
been
you- if
such a
you
blessing
fucking-
to not do that.
If you fucking believe me how long I've been doing this throughout all my years of either YouTube or even Twitch, you would be disappointed in me. Because you would also be kind of fucking amazed by me because I went through 10 hours a day streams, 10 plus hours even, sometimes even 24 hours plus, and always had this viewer counter open. I never
Yeah.
had it away.
Yeah, I've
But I
had
just
that
kept
too.
going.
Where I've done like a 10 to 18 hour stream playing 7 Days to Die, Twitch integration on, and just watching that viewer count sit at 0 or 1. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I was just like playing Assetto Corsa, I was playing shooters, I was playing rhythm games, just all kind of stuff, even PS1 games during the time. And did almost anything really. I just kept going, I don't really care. But I was also drinking so many energies back then, fucking partly wrecking my liver as well as stomach.
Good times, good times. I do that too. Is there a kind of content you've wanted to make or see but feel like it's too niche?
Honestly, in particularly, it's been lately even Roblox. Because
What?
the thing with streaming Roblox, right? You know how it's like mostly a minor game?
Yeah, that's why I'm
That's
sussy
the-
of people that play it and interact with me.
That's like the thing is with me, I like to play Roblox myself. I don't care about interacting with any of them because I just want to play games. But like, there has been so much shit happening behind the Roblox scene, especially now lately. They've been even mentioning shit like they want to allow dating, online dating in there, but also want
What?
to add they want to add an extra layer of age verification for no reason. Like they just want to. One of their that was basically, by the way, from their CEO of Roblox.
That's like the only game or whatever that allows pre-13-year-olds because they're so strict with their shit.
Yes, it's from the CEO directly that they've mentioned that.
Oh my god, I'm gonna go Roblox myself, huh?
Because I honestly also kind of want to stop playing Roblox slowly because of that shit.
It's
And
sussy.
it's not
That's
just
all I can
sussy, but
say.
like
It's sussy.
you have so many games with minors playing it because they always get like their parents' ID and shit to just register them as themselves as 13 plus, which is already fucking disgusting. Then you have the voice
I
chat in
played
Roblox.
GTA as a 13-year-old because my friend had got his parents to rent it for him. I can't really blame people for that. My
Yeah.
issue is that Roblox is promoted as a family-friendly game.
They not just promoted as a family-friendly game, they started as a kids game.
Yeah, like an
They were first-
explicitly minor game.
It was
And then there are
specifically
people that
first kids
specifically
game.
want to make lewds in that? in that garbage-looking graphics? They want horny? Why? Because it's meant to be for kids? Oh my god, this bad. I don't want
I'm
Roblox.
sorry, but
I don't like
Roblox
Roblox.
is Minecraft is even better than Roblox.
Oh, Minecraft porn looks way better than Roblox porn. Don't get me wrong.
Specifically, two certain content creators that I very deeply follow and fucking love with what they do.
Better not be Dream.
But no, who the
I'm kidding. I don't care who you follow. You can follow Dream for all I care.
I don't. I hate Dream. Genuinely,
cool. You're
I
pog.
do not like Dream from his behavior and else because that's incredibly clickbaity and else. I don't care about his cheating incident and else. I don't like him.
I don't care about cheating either. I don't care about his personal life. I care about like his video mask. That was really, really bad. And his fans. Holy shit. He doesn't give a shit about the rampant homophobia and transphobia in his fans.
His fans are an army. That's what they are.
Yeah, they're so fucking rabid.
Even when someone is gonna come at me like, hey, yo, we aren't an army. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, you all aren't an army. You're literally fucking a bunch of gremlins sitting in a cellar waiting for Dream to post another video and then just follow his ass onto anything and everything.
God, they're just a bunch of trolls without a bridge.
Yes. Oh no, they're dwarves without any iron. Without a mine.
Dwarves without any iron.
They don't have a mine.
No, I guess
it's just
not.
an empty field.
Dwarves without a mine. Rebels without a cause. Dream sexuals without a dream.
No!
Yeah, I went there. Could you imagine if I fucking got into beef with Dream? That would make my dick so hard.
I swear to God, it doesn't take a lot of effort to get in beef with him, but it also doesn't take a lot of effort to bring just like a bunch of people. Like, if you piss off one Dream fan, you bring the entire horde. It's literally the fucking Left 4 Dead you've alerted the horde notification.
That's kind of funny. And you know me, I'm a V supporter and I fucking love clout. So I might just push the Dream button once or twice.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe. We'll see. Not right now. I mean, we already might have with the shit we just said, but I'm not going to be making an explicit video about Dream yet.
With how much drama he's also been causing as well as around him in general.
Oh my god, I know, but I do try to focus more on VTubers, but like I can't deny the reach of Dream.
Don't. I can just say don't.
Don't?
It's a rabbit hole that's a black hole. That is what it is. Quite literally. Once you're sucked in there, you will never get out.
Yeah, I do kind of want to focus on VTubers.
That's why don't.
You know, I want to push progressive thinking to VTubers. There's not enough progressive commentators in the VTuber spaces. Yeah. I'll die on this hill. Is there a kind of content you've wanted to make or see but feel like it's too niche?
We already had that. We're on the What's the Biggest Project.
Oh, okay. What's the biggest project you're working on?
Genuinely really playing through Dark Cloud 2, really, because with Gage bringing me into that game, I kind of noticed that there's a lot of pictures that you need to do. You need to do a lot of grinding. You need to learn how the game functions here and there. The game is too much to handle. It's gonna definitely be at least like a week or a month of whole just streaming content on there, because I've already done like 4 hours of off-stream grinding trying to get a bunch of pictures in game. There's a lot to do in Dark Cloud 2.
I've heard good things of it, never played it myself.
It's a good game, genuinely. I need to say that, because they do have an iconic feature that you can level up your weapons and else personally, and do also quests with them too.
I like that concept, where it actually gets you invested in the equipment you're using.
Yeah, the weapons do not break completely, but like they have a usage bar and you need to repair them constantly. So like you do need to grind items, you need to grind money, you need to do pictures of items that you see in the world sometimes, because there are also rare pictures that you kind of also need as well.
Okay.
Since Gage kind of wants to be on my stream whenever I do stream Dark Cloud 2, because there are many things on the game itself where I just kind of need to keep an eye open.
That's fair enough. I've heard that it's actually quite in depth of a game.
It's like, I think, 12 chapters long, and each chapter is roughly like an hour or two long, including then on top like perhaps 2 hours of grinding. The more you go further in, maybe like up to 4 to 6 hours of grinding even. Especially when you are at the last chapter, you need to grind at least 10 hours, I think, from what I've read. It's a lot.
Yeah, like I've had people try to sell me on it, and it's like, okay, bro, the mechanics sound great and amazing. This is too much. I've got very limited time. Let me go grab my dick, okay? Okay. If you could collaborate with any content creator, who would it be?
Any content creator.
Yeah.
There are genuinely many that I do still want to collab with like Shua even, because she even herself still wants to collab with me. But like the thing is, I'm honestly happy with anyone that I genuinely am around with. Even when I haven't talked with many anymore, because I've been in so many Discords, I've been in so many VTuber circles and else. It's a lot.
Yeah, like I was in a fuckload of servers a while back, but then I kind of had a bit of a depressive gamer moment and like left all but like a tiny handful of servers cuz I was dealing with struggling, like I'm in these servers, I'm never engaging. I feel like I'm just feigning support for them in a way.
Yeah.
I was running in bad circles. I'm a bad person kind of thing, and
I
I
know
left
what
a
you
lot
mean.
of servers. I didn't really talk with the owners about it because, well, most of them they weren't really close with me in DMs. Like we're good acquaintances, I guess. We're on friendly speaking terms, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
But I, it's been something that's kind of held over my head for a while. Even though like nobody's holding it against me that I know of, it's like my brain holds it against me for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What was I going to ask next? Oh yeah, right. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Oh my god. Fucking tongue twister. God damn it, you.
I just want to know your answer.
I don't know.
Okay, it's okay. I'll explain it. A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. I didn't want to use the how far's really been, because you watch my shit. That one wouldn't have been too much of a surprise for you. I got to make my ambushes fun.
Yeah. I mean, I could come in with a German tongue twister, but nobody would understand it.
No, probably not. What skill would you say has taken you the longest to improve?
Honestly, anger management. It's the one skill I genuinely used to need it, back then, and really is the one skill that I need to this day still. Because I used to be quite the toxic person online, particularly called players back then, if you know about Black Ops 2 era back then.
I used to play Halo 3 online.
Yeah, you can then probably imagine the toxicity back then of players altogether being like, I don't know, 13, 14, saying shit like, fuck your mom and shit like that.
Yeah, and that's the tame shit.
Believe me, even for tame shit, I kind of went over the board most of the time, even for German itself. And kind of made my parents even question me.
Yeah. I mean, I've had gamer moments like that where my closest friends and family have been like, "You really think that shit, Briley?" Ah.
But
I've
yeah,
had bad
kinda,
influences, and I'm just trying to be funny. Just saying.
I mean, the side really anger management is mainly just like trying to be informative about retro games, really. That would be the other skill mainly.
Yeah. Do. I asked you what skill, right?
Yeah.
I am so bad at this because I'm getting distracted in DMs as well. How do you like to spend your free time not working on content?
I mean, I particularly hang around in Discords. I play games as well as Roblox that I've mentioned previously already.
Mm-hmm.
I grind games as well off stream if I need to, particularly Dark Cloud 2, as I mentioned as well before. But like in general, just like anything regarding mental stability as well, because my stability hasn't been the best.
No, I wouldn't say it has been either, but I feel
I
like I've
mean,
been able to help in some small ways myself, and I'm glad about that.
a lot of people are
Mhm.
generally helping here and there. It's just like even my brain sometimes doesn't really understand most of the time. It's hard.
Yeah, like your brain will, at least my brain likes to tell me that people aren't actually caring about me. They don't actually want to help me. They just want to use me for their own ends, but I got to fight
Uh,
through that. And it's like, I got to trust my friends.
Worse than that.
Shut up, brain. Yes,
Worse than that.
I
Way worse.
imagine that you get worse. My mind definitely gets a lot worse. I am simplifying.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Where would you like to see your platform in 5 years?
Honestly, being genuinely just a retro channel, talking about retro games, being informative about them, genuinely just having fun with other people, bringing them into older games, how simple the time has been compared to nowadays with like you have games over 100 gigabytes. Why do you need that? You don't need a game with over 100 gigabytes.
But you gotta have those 4K grass textures.
4K grass textures, my ass. Those are less than 1 gigabyte if you make them properly.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
There are
They don't
just to
optimize
mention
their games well enough because they don't care.
that as well, but like you also have enough games from little indie devs that have like with 10, 15 gigabytes and their graphics are phenomenal still. There's one game that has been talked about because of how hyper realistic it is.
Stardew
It's
Valley?
like no. That is not that is a pixel game.
I know.
There is a realistic shooter game that makes you look like it's from a body cam, but for it basically being like a demo show off of the game itself, people have been complaining about the game within it being made in Unreal Engine 5 and how hyper realistic it looks. Because you have like that fisheye look, it looks like very small, very blurry and all that stuff.
9 out of 10. Garbage game. Looks like
It
shit.
No, it's straight up an 11 out of 10 for the hyperrealism.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause-
just making a joke that people will have
Yeah.
high ratings in reviews and then still shit talk it the entire time. And I'm not talking about like criticisms. I'm talking shit talking.
Yeah. The funny thing about it though is that people have been complaining that it's too realistic as a game demo itself. And I can understand that genuinely because it really looks like you are in person looking through that body cam, playing the character that is walking through that building and killing criminals as a policeman.
That is pretty fucked up.
I mean, you can kind of think of that like broken down house, you're in some kind of like really bad place. You're the only cop left behind because like all your other buddies have potentially died or something else like that. And there's still some kind of like criminals left behind in that building and you need to clear it out. And you genuinely have that like the camera is not like the head look, but it's straight up from like chest height. So the pistol even partly is like in the block of the view even. And it's like really, really realistic. And people complain about that.
I mean, there is a point of being too realistic to the point where you can't even indulge in the fantasy of the game you're playing. Like with with the camera for the first person being literally in the torso where it's being blocked, that, yes, it's realistic, but it 100% detracts from a consumer's enjoyment of the game. At least in my
Yeah.
opinion, in my partially educated dropout opinion.
Yeah, that's the dumb thing though. People want to be realistic. They want to go further. They want to have games look like it's actual real.
Well, I mean,
That
they
is
can
why
look
they do
real, but
VR.
they also got to take into account how the end user will be seeing their game. So, like,
Yeah,
again, with the body cam, location camera, or whatever, I wouldn't want to do that personally for any game I'm developing.
I mean, it was mainly just a demo of the game because
Oh, yeah, totally
there
fair.
will likely not be a release of that game within the next months, even perhaps even at least a year, because it's incredibly high detailed. You can also notice a slight difference between realism and actually it being a game, even from itself, because of how the enemies are. But I would also definitely notice that they will definitely change the game more to be not too overly realistic, since it does still want to give that feature of like you want to be there as a person. You need to kind of experience how a cop would be running around and such. Basically kind of like a SWAT experience and such.
Okay.
Because there have been multiple events that people want to also kind of know, but they don't also realize how dangerous a job of a policeman outside of like any kind of range would be.
Yeah, like, I personally take the stance of fuck the police. I also recognize that it is an actually needed position, even if its execution in modern day is not the best.
It's not just not the best, but like you have so
I'm
many
putting it
genuine.
so lightly.
Yeah,
I
you
do
have
have
so little
conservatives
amount.
in my audience that, well, they get triggered.
It's just you have so
Hello.
little amount of genuine policemen that are doing their job for what they should be, but then risk their life for almost anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is the true shame about genuinely police and such in every country now.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like, Canada
really
likes
can't.
likes to present themselves as we're progressive. We're like America, but we're more progressive. And you ever heard of the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, our federal police? That was explicitly created to put down Indigenous people. Yay! And what has Canada done to make amends for that? Canada gave Indigenous children a statutory holiday for being murdered in schools.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Canada did. Totally
I
made up for
heard
it.
of them.
Got notifications on, but still didn't get notification. What the fuck?
YouTube being fucky again. Or maybe also phone being fucky.
Yeah, it could be. Shifting gears away from content, do you have a favorite music genre?
In particularly, it's been a mixture between house music, particularly direction of like electronic and such, to
Mhm.
just vibe to. But also it's been towards rock because of games like Ultra Kill even. Because like it just fits. It's like Doom. It just is there and you want more.
Yeah.
But the other thing is also in general just like lo-fi.
Okay, I get that. I get that. That's got some nice chill tunes. YouTube
It's
fucking
not just
true.
that, but lo-fi also has kind of that just like you can make multiple different instruments that have more lighter or different kind of a tone that might be also a bit electric even, and just make something that is chill on a low BPM. Because you know it's slow music, you can relax to it. Since a lot of game music, even if you slow that music down and give it like some kind of like natural bongos, maybe some acoustic guitar and such, you will feel more relaxed than just like fucking in danger or some shit.
I would love to hear a relaxing version of the Sonic Drowning song.
There is.
Oh my fucking god.
There is. I can tell you right away, there is existing.
That's horrifying.
Game hops, or I need to open up Spotify's one off for that. But there is one particular channel that also has a Spotify account. They share like a bunch of playlists and such, particularly regarding game music. Game shops is what they're called.
Okay, okay.
They have a lot of creators that make music and just share them in general, from relaxing music to also just remixes and other stuff. But I can definitely tell you there has been a person that definitely made a remix of the drowning sound and make it lo-fi.
That's pretty great. I gotta check this channel out. What song would be played endlessly on loop in your personal hell?
Endlessly in my hell.
Yeah, like your most
Uh
detested song.
fuck. There's so many songs that I just despise because, for example, you know how on the radio, whenever you listen to like a radio station for like
Mhm.
years and years, you can notice how there's been just like those few songs that just constantly playing non-stop every single day for at least an hour or two, where you just at some point just like, stop, please, I
Yeah,
don't
or
want it anymore.
like I used to work a job where we would always be listening to the radio throughout the day, and I swear to God, sometimes we would hear like the flavor of the month song. Like at that time, it was "Call Me Maybe." We heard that like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like more times than hours we worked.
You know what's worse?
We had one station on the entire time because everybody else didn't want to fucking listen to that one, or didn't want
The
to
one
fucking listen to anything
station
else.
the one station in my city has been playing throughout the entire winters every single year. Last Christmas, every single day, 15 times minimum.
Oh, baby, do you know
You
what that's
will be
worth?
so sick of that.
Hey, you did catch that. Baby, do you know what that's worth?
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh,
I've
you
got
know
a
what?
metal version of that song.
Barbie Girl song.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party. Yeah. Where are we? Where are we? Do you have a food that you like that not many others do?
I mean, I know sushi isn't liked from many people,
It is an
but
acquired taste. That's true.
the thing is, like, I myself am a very picky eater, but I'm also kind of just moving on to eating more foods. Like,
Okay.
I wanna push myself to make more food as well as trying to taste more for my parents as well with what they make. Which I still cannot get myself to with most of what they do because like they make massive meals where I just like if I taste that, do I need to eat the rest of that or not?
I hate that
Like
feeling.
yeah.
Like I want to try new foods, but I don't want to like throw away food that I don't just because I don't like it. But
Yeah.
then nobody else will
My
eat it, and it's like, ugh.
yeah, my cousin in particularly that is still within my town here and I kinda haven't been hanging around her a lot anymore. She kinda brought me in general to eat more Japanese food, Chinese food, and such, because she generally wants to go to Japan.
Okay, yeah, I got friends like that.
Because also she keeps on memorizing me that like Japan eats so much weird food. You sometimes even question yourself, is
I
this
mean,
even
it's
edible?
weird to us. They eat it all the time.
Yeah, like that's what I
We
mean.
eat
It's
weird.
questionable.
People think poutine is weird because it's got poo in the name, but it's like the greatest fucking invention of food in the world. No, shove that poutine in your mouth,
Oh my
taste it,
god.
and enjoy
No.
the brown deliciousness.
No.
No.
I know the food. I
Okay,
swear
okay.
to God.
I'll stop. I'll stop talking about the best food ever.
Oh my god. I tried poutine. I don't like it.
Wait. I just gotta end call real quick. Fucking don't like poutine. I thought we were friends. If you could have anything for breakfast, what would it be?
For breakfast?
Poutine?
I mean honestly, there is in particular just there's so many foods that I would like to constantly have at breakfast, but I do have them at breakfast already.
Okay.
So basically there is bread what you can have, but it is less hitting towards proteins and else since it's more healthy. Um I don't know how it's called in English because the German and the English pronunciation is somewhat similar. Um,
How's it
also
pronounced in
kind of
German?
forgot the word at the same time too.
Oh,
Uh,
the horrors of being bilingual. You're trying to think of a description for a word that in one language, and then you're like, wait,
yeah.
how do you pronounce it in the other language? And then you just
Okay, the
completely
thing
forget
is,
the word.
I remember the word again. Basically, it's dark bread, but the thing is that dark bread is not normal wheat. It's a completely different kind of wheat that is used. Because
I like different kinds of weed being used.
So the thing is, like in normal wheat, as you know, there's always some kind of sugar inside it that will always hit your body to make it also fat and such, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is with that dark bread, there is natural sugar that is not included from normal wheat like other breads have normally, which makes it more healthy. You can have it even within a diet, even if you want to, because you can just cut it up and make it into a drink or something like that, because that wheat itself is just in general healthy, as weird as it might be. I think it's called rye bread, but I don't know.
Honestly,
'Cause in
I don't know
German,
enough about breads.
in
Yeah,
in
somebody in chat
Germany,
is saying
it's
is asking rye bread, so you might be on point with that one.
yeah, it's called in German Dinkel.
Dinkel?
Dinkel. And it's basically a different kind of bread in general.
Internet, don't be
Spelled
slow. I'm trying to
spelled
fact
or rye
check.
bread, yeah.
Trying to fact check Len. Oh, it's trying to pull up the Deutsch.
The German one.
Yeah, the German Wikipedia.
Some people say, just from scrolling further, it's coming as spelt or rye bread. So yeah. I know that, Natalie.
Not just sugar, but also high fructose corn syrup. That's in like corn is like in
Chemical.
everything in America.
Chemicals. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's chemicals. It's a preservative.
Too much chemicals. Too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
It's like energy drinks.
Okay, now I'm actually ending the call with you because you actually offended me.
Come on.
So-
know it's true that they have a shit ton of chemicals and fucking energy drinks.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm just making my jokes. What topic could you talk about the most?
Retro games.
Really? I
Games
didn't
in
get
general.
that impression.
But yeah, it's just games, retro games, and else. It's just in general, my kind of just scene in general. Particularly also even PCs themselves, because I really love working on PCs and such.
Okay, yeah. I've built a PC or two in my day.
Many. My PC used to be built by myself, but my dad is also kind of the PC specialist by itself, since he used to start as an electrician.
Okay.
So I kind of have been put with him into learning IT and such.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Because it's I would say it's pretty important to know how to connect, reconnect, and at least tune up your computer in today's day and age.
Not just that, but also trying to make sure to wear an electrostatic band, because in particularly when you work on a PC and it was started once at least, you don't know if there's any static left within it.
Oh yeah, you gotta really worry about that part too.
The worst is on the phones. Believe me that I've worked on one phone and never again.
Like a
It's
landline or a mobile?
no, like an Android phone.
Okay, like a mobile phone.
Because the thing is with Android phones, you can imagine a PC compressed,
Yeah.
incredibly fucking small.
It's
And
literally a computer in our pockets.
yeah, it's literally why it's called also a mobile phone or anything else really, because it's a smartphone. But like, the main thing with the issue of smartphones in general is just like, due to them having a battery, if you do not empty out the entire battery, there will always be electricity running through the entire board. And that is why an electrostatic band will save your fucking life. Because even when the shock is small enough, you will potentially have also heart attack from it, how badly it is. Because a badly damaged battery can kill.
Yep. All that needs to do is send a not even that strong jolt through your arm and up through your heart. If it passes through there, you can be fucked. Because guess what?
It does take a bit if you have a really healthy heart.
Yes, it certainly does. But
But, like,
still, we use electrical impulses in our bodies to send signals from brain to organs to actually have our bodies function.
Yeah.
And applying outside electricity to that doesn't really go well.
I mean, that's why tasers particularly make the muscle spasm, because they have that kind of electricity range that you just,
It just forces the muscles to all tense up.
yeah, which is a different electricity than phones give up, because they
Yeah.
also give out amps in particularly, which do, next to the volts, even a damaging effect to the muscles, even on top, if it's a high enough.
Yeah, I think
voltage.
amps are the I can't remember which one was the one that you really don't want to have a higher-ish number. Amps? Yeah, okay.
The thing is with amps and volts. Volts can be a really, really, really high number. The amps are very in detail, but can be a very specific number. They can be deadly as fuck.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Perfect example, Electro Boom. You probably heard of him.
No.
He makes a lot of electricity experiments because he's also an electrician, but he messes up also a lot here and there, because sometimes it just happens. You cannot expect everything to happen perfectly, particularly as an electrician. So, all the experiments Electro Boom does do also potentially harm him as well, since it is very dangerous what he does every single time.
Oh yeah, I've watched that guy.
most of the
He's
videos.
fucking funny.
It's not just funny, but he's trying to be educative while also risking himself every single time, you know?
I don't think he's actually fully risking himself, because
He is risking
he
himself
seems
fully.
to know what he's doing. It's like a controlled risk. That's what I see with the dude.
Yes,
He's shocking
but-
himself for entertainment value, and he's providing edutainment. He's teaching people in a way that's getting it to stick in their minds and makes them laugh. I used to touch outlets with a sponge all the time when I did tile work. Natalie, oh my god. Did you die? I hope not.
mean,
I like you.
I definitely can expect that you've been shocked multiple times. Definitely here and there a bit more of a like, yikes.
Yeah,
Or
like
suddenly
I
just,
work
like, jumping up.
construction, and sometimes the electricians don't exactly, put a cap on their wires that's just hanging down because they're stepping away for like a quick
Like
second.
some kind of safety.
Yeah, like a little cap just to keep anybody from accidentally bumping into it from getting like a sort of shock. And like I'm carrying material, I don't see the wire there, but then all of a sudden it's just beep, a little twitch, and if I'm carrying
Yeah.
glass, that could be enough to drop it and cost thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is with touching electricity over time, right? Even when you charge up as a person,
you just twitch a bit.
your body
Oh my
will get
God,
also
Natalie.
used to it too. That is the other thing. Your body will get used to electricity sometime as well, because you
Humans
yourself
adapt.
can also not just adapting, but you will get electricity resistance in particularly.
Interesting. I should try
'Cause-
that out. Back to
I mean, I
cap.
wouldn't say you should try it out particularly, honestly, but like the thing is just in general that there's a certain amount of resistance we humans ourselves have.
Mm-hmm.
It can be lightly increased over a certain amount of time of getting shocked and such, but the thing is there's also a certain point where due to the certain amount you will receive, your heart will just stop.
Yeah, like it's not something you can just endlessly build up resistance to and then you're perfectly immune to it. That's kind of dumb thinking.
Yeah, because the thing is the electricity needs to go somewhere, because your body will notice that you have too much electricity within you, which cause muscle spasms,
Yeah.
as well as random twitching,
Mhm.
and many other things as well as even random heart stopping even. That also completely happens for some people that do had very deep shocks.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with electricity.
That is why sometimes when you do notice that you have been shocked, try to ground yourself when you can.
Yeah, like I'm
Because-
constantly touching wood, touching doors, touching.
No, wood doesn't do
people.
shit.
Yeah, it dissipates
What
static
sh-
electricity, so it
That
makes me
too,
feel
but,
better.
like, I would particularly most of the time suggest have something where you can know from looking it up it's something from which you can ground yourself off to not have any static within your body still. Because if you leave it inside of you, you will shock other people, of course, yes. But the static electricity within yourself can also move onto other people.
Yeah, that's kind of how static works. It loves to do that.
Yep.
What topic would you like to avoid at all costs?
Drama.
And yet you're friends with me.
I mean, the thing is, there are certain drama topics I sure don't want to talk about because you know
Honestly, most of
yourself
it's
that there's
interpersonal and it doesn't need to be public, but it gets made public anyways.
yeah, but then on top, the other thing is there are certain drama topics that are either about to end or something like that, and like I don't mind to involve myself in that at that point and just like talk with the people. Or if a friend is involved, I at least want to overview the situation and such, as you probably know from a recent situation that I've talked to you about with
Yes.
two certain people.
Yeah, and we don't need to be bringing that up here.
They don't need to be mentioned. But like in general, drama topics like that, it's just like I don't mind to overview it. I just don't want to mention it mainly. Unless I really need to because it's been getting too much.
Which is totally fair. Who is the most interesting person you have met or interacted with?
Interesting person. Honestly, it has been mainly Trua.
Yeah?
Because simply, even when Trua has a massive reach and such, after meeting Shoga, I've kind of got to know more Trua. Which
Shoga?
also Shoga is a slime tier. Hold on.
Oh.
Let me pull
It's
up
like
her
I
Twitter
know
for myself.
Trua. Well, I know of
Shoga,
her. We don't really interact very much, but like I follow her, she
Mhm.
doesn't follow me. I like her model
So the
though.
thing is,
She's funny.
Trua has a lovely model, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think my only criticism of her is she lets quote tweets get to her too much.
yeah. But also the other thing, Trua makes a fun of a lot of people because of them trying to do some shit else, which is honestly funny.
Yeah.
Which is also why she shitposts a lot.
Good. Shit posting is fun. Needs to be done more.
This is the thing, she does it a lot for funsies. But like regarding Shoga, she's a slime goddess that is also that's the wrong account. I need to look at the other account from her. Yeah, just slime goddess. She's basically somewhat of like tentacle related and such, but like the thing is in general that I love her model. She has been making a new model and such for like the last few months. Due to IRL problems, she hasn't done any streams and such, but like Shoga and True are like the main people that really just have been interesting to talk to.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't really gotten the chance to DM Trua. Granted,
Oh,
I
you can
haven't.
always DM her.
Yeah, like granted, I haven't sent her a DM myself because you know me, I'm terrible at sending DMs first.
Don't make me DM Trua.
No, I'm not going to make you DM her or you don't need to DM her for me. She just seems cool. I honestly worry about coming off as a clout shark. Cuz yes, I love my clout, but I try not to take advantage of people for that clout. Except for a few V grifters, cuz that's what they do to other people and fair's fair, right?
That's the one funny thing about Trua. She kind of does it, but also does it more for fun instead of trying to really bring people to her. So like it's kind of like a 50-50 with how she's been on Twitter the last year now. Because she's
Okay.
been constantly blowing up as well on top.
Oh yeah, she's been going really far. I imagine she'll keep going. I hope so, anyways.
It's also just funny. I wake up in the morning and I see her Twitter blowing up with a bunch of shit posts, and I see her in the VC just like, okay, it's shit porning midnight again. Because it's like 3 a.m. for her head. That point, just shit posts like crazy. Like, okay, you can chill now.
Yeah, people tend to get loopy when they're up that late. If you could have lucid dreams, what would they be about?
Funnily enough, I had lucid dreams.
I've heard that quite a few times. More people have had lucid dreams than I expected.
It's not just that I also had lucid dreams, but I also had a bunch of deja vu dreams on top, like next to each other, all kind of wounded up, you know? It's weird to think about, but like, it's overall and particularly also creepy to have lucid dreams in the first place because you don't know what to do most of the time as well. Because you're just there instead of like in space of nothingness. But on top is also just like the few times I genuinely had a lucid dreams, they scared the fuck out of me.
Really?
It was during my at least worst times I had mostly lucid dreams. I couldn't move at all and it genuinely always scared me.
That does kind of sound like sleep paralysis to me.
It
Natalie says
was
vodka
kind
and
of
shit posting. Ah, comrade.
it was kind of sleep paralysis, but like it was still an out of body experience, but like I didn't know what to do. That's why I was just like in shock and such, and I was just not moving because I just don't know. Plus also with my fucking massively horrible mental state back then, I just like had so many weird rooms I was in and such. No. It has been better, but like no. I don't want to go back to back then.
Fair enough. Has any story gotten you to change your perspective?
Honestly, there's been many stories that I've seen since back then to now, particularly like talking people on experience between multiple families that they've been in and such. There's a lot of heavy stuff. And I still read through it because it's interesting,
Mm-hmm.
but the same is also with like anime as well. A lot of anime and mangas do try to kind of also implement certain deep topics in general that do also change perspectives altogether.
Yeah,
You
I
have
mean, that's
books,
what
you
good
have
stories
manga.
do.
Yeah, a lot of people say anime is shit to watch, but no, it's not. There are good enough animes, specifically old ones, that have just a perspective about the old days of back then. For example, a lot of Japan has been very specifically shown off back then, that just really that really show how bad it used to be back then. It's also really fucking scary sometimes when you watch old anime and you see some of the like background stuff that they've added due to how old Japan used to be back then and how bad it has been, like 1980s, 1990s. It's fucking scary sometimes.
I'm from the 90s.
Yeah, but like I mean, like you have old anime like Great Teacher Onizuka, which I've watched, which I still find funny as fuck, but they do represent also how Japan used to be back then.
I've heard really good things of GTO. I just never ended up watching it myself.
Do it. Genuinely, do it. You will laugh your fucking ass off. It has a lot of adult jokes and such, but like it does also show a side of the old Japan, particularly school side, that are really fucking messed up as fuck. Specifically at the beginning of the entire series.
Okay. Yeah, a lot
So
of
I would say when you start watching it, there are a few trigger things that you really need to be careful about. But I would tell you that off stream, of course, rather on stream.
Oh, I'm not
Because
too terribly
I
worried
don't
about
want to mention those
triggering
words.
stuff.
Yeah, but I don't want to really mention those words on stream, you know?
Oh. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
that's why.
Is there anything on your mind you feel should have more attention brought to it?
God, more attention to my mind about it. There's from so many things to like literally nothing. With my short-term memory as well, partly in there, stuck in there. Sometimes I just don't remember. I don't really know.
I do not know either. Sometimes. Typically, when I don't really have an answer for that question, I just go with trans rights. You know, I'm
I
biased.
mean, it's been going on since like 2018, 2019 heavily.
Yeah.
But like I never really noticed it until like last year when I also found out myself. So like, hey, fun.
Nice.
21, 22 and found out about myself more.
I mean, you found out younger than I did. I figured it out at 27. So you got 5 years on me.
Hey, fuck you. I'm gonna be 23 only this year.
I'm sorry. You want me to get your coffin ready?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You can't make old jokes towards me. I'm in my 30s and I'm sleeping with my best friend who's in her 40s. I was trying to think of a funnier way to phrase that, but I decided fuck it. We'll go that way. What's the weirdest way you've met somebody?
Weirdest way. Genuinely, I'm kind of mixing between loot stuff in general that I just randomly met someone in. But
Like, hey,
also
hey,
just kind of an awkward
you
moment.
didn't buy Koikatsu, did you? Here's the free repack, and then friendship spawns.
No, it's not because of that mainly.
I was referring to how our friendship started.
Hey, our friendship didn't start with fucking Koikatsu, okay?
It
Fuck
didn't?
you.
I remember like the first bit of our DMs is like you helping me get Koikatsu repack.
I mean, that was like weeks after we've already talked and had interactions and such on Twitter.
Oh,
And
okay.
talking in VCs or being in the server in general.
Okay.
The
I
first
have
thing in
not
our
the
DMs
best
was
memory.
just like talking about Koikatsu because you've mentioned to me that you wanted to use it. So like yeah.
Yeah.
It was more like the first DM interaction.
Yeah, and since it was the first DM interaction, I kind of forget which people I've been interacting with before we jump into DMs. And
Yeah, I know what you
I blame my second succubus mark, or my first one actually. The one that's visible is my second one. That one's about
Yeah.
pheromone getting people horny. The other one is when I'm too horny, I lose memories, so I'm forgetful.
Believe me when I say this, but mine is fun.
Oh, I bet. What's the most
Oh.
amazing natural occurrence you've witnessed?
Natural occurrence. I mean, aside from seeing high school drama being literally bitches bitching against each other, but like
Bitchless bitching against each other. Yeah, that's pretty much drama.
honestly, it's been supernatural experiences for myself, really. Like just having deja vu dreams that are just not normal to see in the first place because deja vu dreams are usually a supernatural occurrence. No one usually sees the future. And one thing I can say right away is I force myself whenever I feel like I see the future, something like that, to look at a date, some kind of time input, and it just cuts off every single time.
Every single
hate
time you're
it.
just trying to figure out, okay, what
Like,
day is it?
It's
What
mostly
year is
whenever
it?
I'm on, like,
It's
I mean,
year of
it's
get the
whenever,
fuck up.
yeah, like, it's been most of the time whenever at my PC when I see those two, but like, whenever I drag my mouse down, that's just when the fucking dream just stops. I never get to see the fucking time that it is at the moment. Like,
God
I
damn,
just
that
see everything
sucks.
else that happens before. It's just fucking mean.
I swear to God, it's like my lewd dreams, but like I've never had an actual wet dream. Unironically,
It never finishes. You
it never
get to
fucking
a good end.
starts. I get the foreplay, I get the horny, but then right when the penetration is about to start, I
Nope.
wake up.
It's just nope. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. So now I smoke a lot of weed before I go to sleep. So my brain is like, okay, no dreams tonight. And I just lie down and I get up in the morning. No problem. Fucking brain
Genius.
trying to blue ball me. Why do you think I'm a lewd tuber?
That's more than blue balling. You don't even know what my girlfriend does to me. I
Oh
swear
my
to God.
God, I could go on. But I won't because I like my girlfriend.
Really? I will
Yeah.
tell you a little bit in DMs later on.
Okay, I've got some stories to share with you that make me really laugh. I will share one. Okay, so we were in the middle of some fun times with snuggling, and literally in the middle of the action, my girlfriend just goes, "Wonder what your brother's doing these days."
What?
And I was like, "Why are you thinking of my younger brother right now?"
What?
And she was like, "No, I was thinking of the older one." I'm like, "Why are you thinking of him? I at least like my little brother."
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play with an asexual that has ADHD. You gotta be prepared for that shit. You gotta be
Oh my
prepared to be asked
God.
if you think that your parents might want to get coffee this weekend.
Holy
Seriously.
shit.
We laugh about it now, but I mean, there goes the mast when it happens in the event.
Straight up blue balls.
Yeah,
Instantly,
literally.
like it's that.
It's not even intentional, which is why it's like so fucking funny in retrospect.
Oh my God.
Would you ever go to space if given the chance?
Genuinely, yes.
Be pretty.
Just because it's not just pretty, but it's just in general the experience that first of all you're off the main planet. You are away from home. You see beyond just like looking out into the air and just looking at the stars.
Yeah, it'll be the furthest away from home you've ever been. And I mean, who wouldn't want to at least see the stars without the atmosphere distorting their look?
Markiplier who wants to go beyond the stars.
He's
swear to
already
God.
surpassed all the stars. He's joining celebrities.
That doesn't mean anything, but like Mark
No,
wants
like he's
to
getting in
go-
movies and shit now.
I
He became
does
that
his own
big of a
movies.
YouTuber.
He's not just in movies, but like he's making his own movies.
Oh yeah, he's doing really well.
Based on Markiplier, masterpiece.
Mhm.
Genuinely.
Absolutely. What do you resent paying for the most?
Resent paying. Shit. Honestly, gacha games.
Mood. I mean, there are people that like them. You spend your money how you want.
Yeah, like
I always get
that.
salty that I just never get the
Yeah.
pulls I want, or I rarely get the pulls that I want.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of point of gacha games that I can fully understand.
Yeah,
But
it's
like
It's booster packs, virtual
It's-
booster packs.
It's literally just that I always feel that the issues, the developers either want people to grind literally 18 hours a day, or they pay like $50 and up.
Yeah, like they force you to play for extenuated periods of time, which is not worth your time if you're just going to drop the cash. You don't understand the draw of Markiplier, don't find him entertaining. I find him hot and funny, so that's his draw to me.
Yeah, I find it really entertaining, particularly also the horror games with him. Since he also tries to, particularly with certain horror games, to be more in-depth. While also you can notice that he does get scared of games. He doesn't try to just fake it. Then on top, he also has a shit ton of just shit posting that he does as well.
Yeah, he's got a lot of reasons for people to like him, but I mean, you don't gotta like everybody.
Yeah, no.
How it-
You
how it
can
is.
dislike a person, but it doesn't mean like you have to completely hate people.
Yeah, exactly. What's the worst job you've ever had?
Honestly, the last one I've been in with specifically my boss kind of being more of an abuser to me than anything. So the thing
Where's
is,
my
I was
hockey
trying
stick?
So to kind of explain this, I was supposed to learn a job, but also the thing was on top that he kind of made me similar to a manager on the level, even though I was trying to learn the job and not just full on know the job, you know?
And
Like
did
I
they
had
pay
school
you
and
more for
everything
that?
else.
Did they pay you any more for that?
No.
Of course
No.
not. My first job is getting like night shift leader / manager or whatever. They didn't pay me extra money for like months on end, and then my depression got raised and it was harder to control it. And then they gave me a
Yeah.
raise, and then like next week, okay, you're not a shift leader anymore. We're actually going to fire you because you're too depressed.
I mean, I was the mixture between store selling as well as IT department, because I myself with my IT knowledge wanted to also work with PCs, so I didn't mind to go into electronic departments and such like that. Because there
Totally
are
fair.
electronic stores like Saturn and stuff like that that particularly have sections of selling PCs, printers, and such like that. I didn't mind any of that. But the store where I was in, it was a repair PC shop as well as for Macs and such like that, while also selling PC parts and such like that to also help people. On the other hand of the store, you had basically the selling mainly of like vinyls, CDs, DVDs, games even, or even consoles and such. So like a bunch of different things altogether. And I didn't mind any of that because I really liked it, but like it's just how much I've been really just misused there.
Honestly, that happens way too many in day jobs. That's it's part of why I like doing these interviews to promote people. Cause like I don't have the clout myself to just launch people's careers. But I want to
Yeah.
do what I can to maximize the number of people who can do content creation full time. Cause like so many people don't want to work a standard job because, a lot of them just underpay you for work nobody wants to do.
Yeah.
And the more people I can get to create content full time, the less people there are in the labor market, and that increases the value of people that are still in the labor market, like me. Though I'm probably not going to be in the labor market forever.
Yeah, of course.
God, I want to get out of it.
You're not the only one.
Like
Believe me.
everybody, nobody wants to work in this society. Batman. What changed?
Man.
Oh, that was such a fun conversation. What change would you
But-
like to see in the VTuber community?
Oh god, what changed? Less fucking drama. Please, for the love of God. I know there's a lot of pedophilia and other bullshit. Please, for the love of God. It's too much to see.
Wait, what?
It's nothing more than just high school drama left and right.
Oh,
I want
yeah.
to stop hearing that and stop seeing that. I've been focusing myself to ignoring the best I can, but it's just... I feel like I'm back in my old school, but instead of me being constantly worried, it's just a bunch of fucking morons headbutting each other because they cannot sit still. That is literally what VTubing has become.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I've been stepping into the role of drama tuber. Because humans thrive on drama. They fucking love it. They will
It's not
engage
just
with it.
thriving.
And they
It's not
just
thriving.
want it so
literally...
much. So at
It's
least
like...
with my channel, they can push like progressive thinking, critical thinking, instead of just capitalizing on people hating each other.
Yeah, it is one good thing, but like the thing is just in general that I particularly have been hating is just you look once into like following tab or something like that, and I fucking bet with you will see one tweet within a little bit of scrolling down where some person will shit on another person.
Yeah, you just can't really.
There is no fucking way that every single fucking hour you see 1 to 2 tweets with just like, oh, this person has been harassing another one. This person has been transphobic against another person. Shut the fuck up and just block each other like fucking actual adults and don't be little pussies.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I definitely agree with that. Like, it would broadly increase the VTuber community's reputation to people that are outside of the community interested in VTubers, but then they see all the fucking drama and arguing that's just
And they will quit
so
again.
prevalent. And they're
They
like,
will quit right
yeah,
away.
nah. No, there will be people that are like, I'm checking out VTubers for the first time. And then it's like, oh. Well, I'm going to go back to flesh tubers.
Or just no stream camming at all, because a lot of people do also just stream without any camera and just show the gameplay
I
and have
wasn't
fun.
actually referring to VTubers doing that. I was referring to potential new fans of VTubers coming in.
Yeah, I know what
Like,
you
all
mean.
they see is just the
like,
creators
that's
arguing and fighting with each other.
Yeah, but like that's the other thing. There are enough people that want to be flesh tubers, but they don't want to show their face. So wearing a mask would means that they themselves would struggle with having a cool head. So like they would constantly heat up like their mouth and such like that. So they would have to jump the camera, they would have to take off the mask to take a breather, and so on and so forth. VTuber doesn't mean you have to wear a mask and such, so you can just stream without a face on. You know?
Absolutely.
But like the other thing is people would then go back to just having no camera at all and just stream games and have fun, which many people do. But also regarding like also streamers as a perfect example, there are enough also streamers that don't show their face and only have a hand cam.
Yeah, like I don't think people will go back to just the audio over video footage. That it just seems like it's not engaging enough, in my opinion. Sure, there's channels like Hero Hey, but they're like covering drama and shitting on people, so that's why they get them clicks. But like for growing fledgling creators, you kind of need to have that some kind of representation of yourself on screen, whether it's being your hands or a VTuber or a reactive image.
Yeah. Which is why I, for example, rather use a reactive image or at least just my PNG on screen.
Yeah, definitely.
Because my
Definitely.
PC struggles like crazy. Also, yes, Nova, you get dragged in a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Most of the time, even.
Yeah.
For no reason at all.
Some of it has to do with history, and I would say most of it actually has to do with misunderstanding phrasing of rhetoric and stuff. Because like
Also, out of
nuance is
context.
so completely lost on Twitter that people just see a point being made, even though it's like not fully fleshed out, but they'll still jump to that end conclusion from the original tweet. Like not
Yeah.
even the replies that the OP left under their own tweet, just the top tweet.
That's why I mean out of context also
Mhm.
being put in. Because a lot of people like to mention something, then delete their comment, and then, of course, the main tweeter already replied to it and just like, wow, okay. So this
Yeah.
exists now. Why?
Yeah.
Nova, you're not. Please. You know that.
Nova, you're fine. Though I do think she's on like her supervillain arc or something. She says it in her Twitter bio.
Few months already. If I'm pretty sure. Isn't it been so for a few months now already, Nova?
I
On
think
your
it would've-
villain?
Didn't it start
villain
with
arc?
like Hogwarts?
Before that.
Oh yeah. There's been people.
When
There's
Nova
been
was
people
still
giving her
called
shit for
Violet.
so long.
When Nova was still called Violet, wasn't it?
We don't talk about people's past lives here.
Hey, come on.
Rude.
I know Nova for good well already. Villain arc always has been there.
I go on and off my supervillain persona. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so Len, hypothetically, the zombie apocalypse is actually happening. Who are your 3 choices of people on your team?
3 people. It's just most of the time I don't feel like you can have multiple people with you.
You gotta have a team, though.
I'm more of a solo person, really.
So you'd
I
rather
want to-
forego the team and just
I
do it
want to
yourself?
be solo, but also be friendly towards others. Like
Oh,
I'm
fair enough,
open to I'm open to others, but the other thing is just like in general, during a zombie apocalypse, teaming up with others is also risky because you never know if there's a person that actually has the constant mindset of betrayal. Even if you know that person personally very, very deeply, or you've been with them for years without end.
Yeah, sometimes
why-
disagreement and conflict can be seen as betrayals, and it leads to things getting a lot worse.
Which is why I rather always want to be kind of a solo person.
Okay,
And
yeah,
if
that's
a
fair. That's
person-
fair.
If a person particularly wants to join me in, then I would need to make sure to make more room, secure more space,
Mhm.
do more flourishing, perhaps also get some more nourishment, like
Yeah,
more.
you definitely have to worry about a
needs and
lot
stuff.
more food. You just doubled your food income. Or doubled your food requirements.
Which is why I would do gardening. I don't give a fuck if it takes me fucking years to fucking learn gardening properly to have a shit ton of fucking food as well as water even, but I would fucking do gardening.
That's probably the most sustainable way of generating food during the apocalypse.
Yep.
Natalie doesn't care about that her face is out there and dogs herself constantly. I mean, take care of yourself, Natalie. By the way, you are super duper cute. I have seen your picture. HL wasn't when you were your past life. It was after you became Nova. Curry covered it. Okay. Good to know. I am looking forward to actually watching that Curry video. Len, if you were a wrestler, what would your intro music be?
Oh god, wrestler.
Ooh, let the dogs out. Ooh.
No. There's just some kind of like game songs that I just particularly like, but I don't have their names in mind as well. Then again, my other thing is just like I listen to Camellia a lot. If you perhaps know Camellia.
No, I do not.
Camellia is kind of like a very special music creator. He makes his music kind of so special that his own name became an entire category.
Really?
Yeah, basically Camelia himself makes a lot of music, and almost every single kind of song that he has made so far has become a rhythm game song.
That's pretty poggers. I would love to be able to be a composer like that.
That is why he has become his own category.
Lucky
he
him.
covers almost every single genre of music.
Good. I love variety in my music.
Look Camelia up. Like, oh, let me write you his
Yeah, please,
music name.
please send them to me. And while you're
The
sending
thing is-
that, what is the best piece of advice you've ever heard?
It used to be one for YouTube, but I've been kind of just putting that into the past because that is honestly just a shit fucking advice. But
What?
it's really just be the mature person than the other one is, no matter what happens. And the other advice that I used to had heard back then was like, your haters are the best fans you can have.
Oh yeah, they're the ones going to be spreading your name around the most.
Not just that, but like they will also come into your random streams or YouTube videos into the comments and just like shit on you like crazy and just like me as a dumbest fucking 13-year-old even went ahead and just like, hey, thank you for hating on me. You're a very good viewer for me.
Oh yeah.
Believe me, I was dumb.
I've had
Many of those people weren't even hating on me.
I've had somebody try to act like a full-on hater of me and trying to spook me by posting one of my recent selfies back at me.
Oh, I know that.
And I was like, yo, you're thinking about me, replying to my posts, saving my image to your phone. You're a fucking fan, dude. Yo, he was mad.
Yep. It's funny. It's just really fucking funny.
Oh yeah, it's so fucking funny. But we're
Because
on
like,
to...
yes, the hot person.
They just seethe. They just seethe. Let them. I don't care. They're watching
Cope
me.
and
They're
seethe.
boosting my analytics. I don't care.
Cope and seethe.
Cope and seethe. Cope and seethe. Touch grass. I don't care.
I don't
Okay,
think grass counts anymore.
on to the final question of the interview. What things in your life are you grateful for?
Genuinely bringing myself to stay alive. That is the main thing that I've been grateful for, that I've pushed myself to stay alive.
Good, because I'm glad you're still
'Cause-
around too.
I would have most likely been gone a few years ago already. But
Yeah.
that's just a point aside.
Honestly, I've been there. If I didn't have the social network that I have now, or didn't have the connections I did back when I was 18, yeah, people never would have met me.
Oh, none of that would have really mattered back then, because back then in school, everyday bullying was literally all day long until I went home.
Yeah,
You
all
come
day,
in,
every day.
you come in, you get bullied all day, you get pushed to the ground and else, and you leave the school with bruises and more. I had the worst.
Yeah, a lot of people definitely could have had better childhoods and experiences.
Yep.
Leads to a lot of problems in the future. What? I've got to wrap this up. Oh shit! I got to be right back. Sorry.
Oh, we're Riley gone for a little bit there. I mean, Thomas, real quick, Thomas. The thing with people bullying one another is also just like a lot of bullies just take random people. There are some that do specifically target some, but it doesn't also depend on looks. there are enough people that just randomly get picked, and the next moment that happens is like those people are completely beat up, and the bullies themselves, they get into so much trouble that they get kicked even out of school. That all happens as well.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Holy shit. I hate Spirulacto. Okay. This has been a great conversation. Thank you for joining me. Is there anything else you'd like to add on to it?
Nothing really. Particularly. I don't really have anything.
No?
No.
That is quite all right. Please shout yourself out once again for the end of the video.
With my username altogether?
Yeah, why not? We're here to promote your
LenAirhead,
platform.
but I particularly go by LenAirhead almost anywhere I can. And in general, I do have 2 other Twitter accounts that I most likely do kind of somewhat keep, but also do shout out, in particular for those that want to like kind of see behind the scenes as well as just generally be lewd.
I like to
But-
generally be lewd too.
You know my lewd account.
Oh yeah, I do. Len Chaotic Lewd, right?
Len Chaotic Lewd, yes. I do have a vent account, which is basically the behind the scenes account, but the thing is also just my vent account isn't lighthearted. So it also does kind of carry very heavy topics, since I do talk how I feel currently, what I really have on my mind, and other things that generally just like very can be scary as well about me.
Yeah, I get that, and why
So-
you'd want to separate that from like your main.
Yeah, I mean, I do at least lightly mention it on my main in case something happens with me, since I do generally want to at least mention, like, hey, I've been gone, I need to be gone, and else, and just, like, I've been in a shit mood.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I get that.
But yeah.
But once again, thank you for coming on. It has been a blast, and I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, it's already past midnight.
Yeah, it's like 3:40 for me right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be awake longer, but yeah.
Oh, then we'll probably keep chatting in like voice chat or something.
It depends.
If you're up for it, I'm going to be in my Discord voice chat because, well, my plans for the rest of the evening have freed up because we've rescheduled for Monday.
Well done.
So I'm going to pop off stream. You have the PNG for the stream? Yes, I have your PNG, Nova. So I'm going to hop off stream and like, I don't know, hang out and voice chat in my server. I like chatting with people. We need something funny to end this video on.
Ultra Kill best game ever 2022 to 2023.
Ultra Kill? That's not how you pronounce Sonic the Hedgehog 06.
Oh, please. Sonic is just another hell that you would go through. It just would be another stage that would be added to Ultra Kill.
I don't even know what Ultra Kill is.
I'll show it in the VC later on.
Okie dokie. For now, take care. Boop. Disconnected. Yeah, that was LenAirhead. We've been interacting for quite a while. I like them. I want to keep interacting with them. Chaos. Yeah, you do spread chaos, Len. Okay, I should probably raid out to somebody, right? That's proper Twitch etiquette, is it not? Oh God, I would love to help support. Oh, wait, I know who I'll raid. Do stream manager. Ah, streaming is fun. I enjoy it. Who do you think I'm gonna raid? I'll give you some guesses. Ah, you bitch. Okay, okay. Stream be ending. Thank you all for joining me. It has been... Oh, it's been fun. Tomorrow's going to be another stream. I really hope it's also going to be fun. No, shut up. I don't want to hear your voice. That feel when you're talking about yourself? Okay, we still got some time before the raid actually ends. Or the raid actually processes. I don't play your advertisements on my stream without giving me money. Not very cool. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Okay, everybody. Again, I love you all. Remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe. Meanwhile, me that uses an ad block? Oh, yeah, that's genius. We should do that too.
All the tablets can be demonified as well.
Yep.
Ooh,
Hey, YouTube, you get to hear a little goodbye that Twitch doesn't get to.
Thank you for the raid, Briley. How was your stream? How are you all doing?
Little awkward.
Hello.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Resnova. So yeah, welcome in, cuties. We're doing some exploring in the underground of.
Oh yeah, I'm still on
up,
YouTube.
Len? What's
Oh
up?
yeah, I rated out on Twitch because I'm ending stream. So I also just like promoting you guys or promoting YouTube a little more. It's the one I want to be growing on primarily. But I like to be watched on.
I'm not sure if it's in my
Oh yeah, we're listening to Praxis right now.
one of them. Actually, I can double check.
Mute tab so I don't get removed as a viewer. I'm going to be popping into her chat some, saying hi, all that fun stuff. You guys have a good night. I definitely like YouTube chat over Twitch chat. Yes, I'm biased. I will not deny that.